Hello, how's everyone doing? Sorry, I'm a little late. The pups did not want to come inside. They were enjoying a frolic in the snow. I felt bad, but if I leave them out there while I'm doing this, they're gonna bark at the neighbors, and then that's no good. Then the neighbors get upset, and then that's not fantastic. How's everyone doing? Has everyone got a drink ready to go? And today's been an interesting day. Today's been Well, I say it was an interesting day. I know a lot of people did not enjoy the expert witnesses. I will tell you, expert witnesses are usually super boring. Um, that's just kind of the way they are. So I thought that they were pretty fantastic myself. But I'm kind of a neuroscience geek. I like that stuff. I love the bits about how the brain works. So I really enjoyed today. And I know a lot of people were not as thrilled. Um, Now, I know Lawyer is doing his recap. I think he's finishing up his, if you haven't watched his yet, go check that out later. Because, yeah. So I thought this was really interesting. We had a couple different witnesses. We had a little bit of spice. We had a little bit of interesting action. And I see some people also watched my video on the my other channel, which is Roll of Law. I guess I can talk about that real briefly. So that was talking about making some little spellbook things. So if you're interested in Dungeons and Dragons geekery, check out the Roll of Law video. I posted that earlier. But here we're going to talk about the Gwyneth Paltrow aspect. And Nicole, I am really sorry to hear that. I see I have a migraine, going to catch this on replay, but just wanted to say, hey, everyone. So sorry to hear about your migraine. Sounds like timing was perfect because I really didn't want to overlap with Peter. I love his content. I was kind of sad that I ended up overlapping with him yesterday. So, yeah, we'll just kind of check things out today. There's a bunch of different stuff. I hope I've got the audio fixed up. So hopefully I'll be able to show you clips with the audio all worked out. I'm also hoping that I can, people wanted a different overlay. So hopefully I've got a different overlay for you today. Let's see if I can bring that up here. Just 1 second. Nope, that's the same overlay. Why do I not have a different overlay here? All right. Trying to export. We might be stuck with the scary clown. We are stuck with the scary clown. I can't get this to work. I don't know why. So, all right. So I see some people. I see Lawyer just wrapped up. That's excellent. So let's have a look at sort of what we're dealing with today because it is it's interesting. You know what? I'm gonna keep trying to. I gotta get the proper overlay up. Why is this not working? Where is it exporting to? Okay, that's where it's going. There we go. Hopefully, I should have this up and running in just a second. How? So yeah, I thought today was an interesting day. It was a little quieter, mostly because we didn't have those same opening statements. I'm sure everyone remembers those opening statements and just how awful they were. I was stunned at just how bad those opening statements were yesterday. Like really stunned. Genuinely, I have been sending those to some. I sent those to some law students. Some law students who were like, "I thought I did real bad," and I'm like, "You did good." These are people who are getting paid like hojillions of dollars for for their legal work, and look at their work. So, all right, so let's pull up the. I think I've got a better overlay. There we go. All right, that'll work much better. That's gonna be that's what we're looking for. All right, so the other thing that I thought was really interesting is that the one lawyer, the guy who's apparently the senior lawyer, I barely saw him today. Did you guys see him like at all? He was barely on the screen. It was ridiculous how little they used him. And I kind of feel like that might be the right call. So, oh, and I'm getting told I need to play a short. So I got permission. Rob just told me to play a short, so we'll play the short. Give me a second. I'm just gonna pull that up here, and I'm hoping I've got my audio working, because yeah, this. Oh, I already love the title here. All right, so let me see if I can pull this up. Share screen. Now, why is this not?
Objection. Argument. Sustained.
You'll see there are a lot of ridiculous things.
Now, are you guys able to hear the audio on this? Let me know.
Yeah, and let's keep the interruptions to a minimum, would we?
The objections have been valid, some of them.
We believe it to be utter BS.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
We believe it to be. It's fair, isn't it?
Sustained.
I don't know if they're going to assert like there's some massive cover-up or what.
Objection. Argument. Sustained.
You'll see there are a lot of ridiculous things, I think, about it.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument. Sustained.
If you find no negligence by Ms. Paltrow, then you can disregard all that.
Your Honor, I object. Sustained.
We need your help. The community,
Objection, Your Honor. This is argument again. Sustained.
after this is over, this will be a good thing, win or lose, I think.
Objection, Your Honor. Next argument. Sustained.
We are defending a false allegation, and we need your help. And
No,
thank you so
this
much
is
for
argument.
doing it. I'm done, and
Overruled just a little latitude there.
that's about 10 overruled objections during my closing, which I think is inappropriate, Your Honor. Yeah, and let's keep.
So yeah, that's over on Rob's channel, Law and Lumber. That's exceptional. All right. I see one comment here that I really like. Can we have a battle between this guy and Elaine videos with a vote to see who won? I feel like that would be a fun compilation. I got to see if I can make a combination of like Elaine versus this guy and versus maybe the Brooks trial. Cause I feel like, Brooks almost did better at times. Okay, so let's see about presenting. I hope I can get this going properly. Let's just see. Where is this? All right. Hopefully this is going to run just fine. And we need our overlay. And it's not quite lined up. Oh, well, close enough. Let's see how the day starts, because this is the beginning of the day. We're going to do a recap. It's not going to be as in detailed because we're not going to watch the full thing here, but we'll do our recap, because I'm not going to go through the we don't have the openings to go through this time. Let's just see if I can. There we go. All right. And it's just about to start here. I've got it lined up to almost where they start up again, because this is right at the beginning here. Thank you, Vicky Bramlett, for the new membership. I guess while we're waiting here. Thank you, Feral Dragon, for the new membership. And Maureen Griffin saying that guy reminds me of the stuttering lawyer from My Cousin Vinny.
For the record, I didn't do this earlier. This is Sanderson versus Paltrow, 190500048. And counsel are all present. Mr. Owens?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. The camera that I referenced was a violation of the decorum order. That's the second violation in 2 days.
So this is where we start out. Counsel's upset. And you know what? I think counsel is okay to be upset. And for the people saying that they hear the Discord beeps, I've shut it down. I thought I had it on streamer mode. Streamer mode was not working, so it's just killed now. So basically, they have an order that restricts what the press is doing, and the press is restricted because they're not allowed to focus on Ms. Paltrow. So council's upset because they watched the footage and they saw just how much it was focusing on Ms. Paltrow, and that's this is fair. It's okay for them to be upset here. I know some people are saying that this is that this is bad of council. I would be making these same these same things.
Directly, still photographer directly on my client's face, already transmitted nationally. So I'm mad. The quorum order we spent a lot of time on. It's the court's order. People are subject to criminal sanction, and I want it to stop. I don't want to have to be the one raising it.
Now, do you see how he's saying, I don't want to have to be the one raising that they shouldn't be filming my client? And you see how this is framed? It's very much framed intentionally to get her in the frame. So, yeah, whoever's on the filming, this would have been the time to like adjust your framing to only capture him. And I see, somebody saying he kept saying still photography. He never had any complaint about the video. He complains about the video as well. So, yeah, it's.
I want them to comply.
The camera's been removed. As far as what's going on in the parking lot, I'm not going to conflate that with this photographer who's doing something differently. What's going on in the parking lot is Tanya's has worked with your staff in determining how to handle the parking lot transitions, and I think that's been smoothed out. In terms of violation of the court's decorum order and have the camera pointing where it's not supposed to be pointing, I mean, essentially, cameras are supposed to follow the microphone. This is what the court has permitted is media coverage of the proceeding, not of the individuals who aren't participating in the proceeding when they're not participating. So if you're speaking into a microphone, you can expect that an image may be captured. If you're not speaking into a microphone, you should not be expecting that an image would be captured. And I do see this as a violation, and I've asked that the reporter be told that this is now interrupting our proceedings. It's now interfering with our proceedings, having to deal with these issues. And if it happens again, the offending reporter will be asked to leave.
Great. And the still photographer is to stay in his seat when taking pictures. Is that?
You see how he just finishes saying that unless somebody's talking, they're not supposed to be being captured. And then it cuts to this. Why are they doing this angle? Oh, right. It's because they want to show Ms. Paltrow. It's like the cinematographer has no self-awareness whatsoever. So yeah, that's interesting. I am really getting annoyed at the person who's coughing. Like, take a cough drop or like something, because that's getting ridiculous. At least don't cough directly into the microphone.
All right, stay in his location.
Unless we're all standing, then they can stand and take a picture.
How about entering and exiting? Can they be in the path of my client?
No.
Thank you. I have a new issue, which is this beheading in front of me. May I?
Oh, he thinks he's funny. This beheading in front of me. It's like, okay, I guess he wants to object to this this demonstrative thing, and I don't know that this is the place to object. There's places down the road that I would have objected to, but this is not the aspect there. And this is a really good comment here. She's a defendant. She has little choice but to be there. She shouldn't be subjected to extreme camera scrutiny because someone else sued her. So that is that I think is relevant, right? Uh, so yeah, she's not intended to be here as a circus act. And I've made comments on the facial expressions she's making. I think that's relevant in terms of the commentary that we're looking at, because the jury's going to be seeing her, right? But she doesn't need to be the spectacle. So, and I see this is also a fair point. The cameras are literally only there for her. That's true. That's why I got watching this. But honestly, I'm hooked either way. I don't really care that she's Gwyneth Paltrow at this point. I care that this is a weird lawsuit. This is bizarre. It's going a little strange. So yeah. All right, and I see. So we'll just keep going here. He's got some additional points on this one.
Sure. This was laid on our desk just now. We did get a picture of it the day before Dr. Fong was deposed, which was 8 days ago. We got a picture. Your Honor, they're intending to have Dr. Gibby talk about it. This brain has lots of different pieces and everything. This was not at his deposition. We haven't had our experts review this. We've never seen it in a three-dimensional format until this minute.
What's your objection?
Untimely disclosure.
Okay.
I love this judge in terms of how he's dealing with this. Because yeah, come for the fame, stay for the meme-worthy lawyering. Absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing here, because that's what I got in. Like, I wouldn't be covering this if it was just Gwyneth Paltrow. Sorry. I got interested in this one because of those opening statements going, what the heck? But this is kind of an interesting thing. He's playing with this thing. I really like how the judge is like, okay, you're rambling on about this head. What is actually the issue? And that forces him to say untimely disclosure. And he says, cool, great. I can deal with untimely disclosure. So now let's see how he handles it.
Thank you. Was this disclosed as a demonstrative exhibit?
Yes. It's not going to the jury. It's just a,
And how was it disclosed as a demonstrative
we
exhibit?
sent him pictures of it. So he can come over and look at it if he wants.
And that was just before Fong's deposition?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection if it wasn't disclosed under under the guidelines required by Rule 26.
Well, he used a picture of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, you know,
There was no objection to that, so.
well, I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, all he wants to
It
do
is.
is use this to explain
I
his
understand,
opinion.
Mr. Sykes, and it may be perfectly fine, but he's objected to it, and the rule wasn't followed, and so I must uphold the rule. And do we need to, are we ready for the jury, or would you like to examine your witness out of the hearing of the jury?
I really like how the judge handled this. So the objection was, we didn't get this disclosed, and it should have been properly disclosed. And they say, we sent a picture. And he says, that's not good enough for the rule. And he says, but they got to use the Statue of Liberty. Now, it was actually Lady Justice. It was not, not for that. So he's got that wrong. But then he goes, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yeah, that's the judge's call, not your call. And also, you got to object. Like, if you don't want something, you got to object. And I'll give defense counsel the points on this. Now, I don't know that this would have been a big advantage here on this, right? So I don't know that that was a big win to keep this out. Because at the end of the day, like, it's just pointing to different portions of the brain. But I could be wrong about that. It could be that this witness was going to be more effective if they were able to pull up this, this brain demonstrative. I honestly suspect, though, that he was just kind of doing it to be a bit of a jerk. Owens has got to be pretty miserable to run a trial against, to be honest. I don't think I'd enjoy running a trial against him. I think he's just kind of miserable. So, all right, let's sort of skip ahead here. I want to look at sort of my next timestamp, and I don't have. I'm trying to sort of monitor where my timestamps are here. Skip ahead a little bit. There we go.
Thank you.
So this is our first witness of the day.
Do I need to go through the preliminary stuff, Your Honor, or can I skip that?
You're laying the foundation, but would you state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Wendell Harlan Gibby. WendellArlengibby.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I may, instead of going through the long background and education, could I do an abbreviated one or?
Whatever you feel you need to support your request that this witness be able to talk about his database.
Hey,
So this is important. He's asking, can I do an abbreviated one? Can we shortcut this? And the judge realizes this is a nationally televised trial, and this is there's a ton of money on the line. And he says, you know what? You do what you feel you have to. You make the call, but he doesn't give him permission to cut any corners. So that, I think, is really important. The judge here is saying, I'm not giving you any permissions to cut corners. You do as much or as little as you think you need to. So I, again, really kind of like how the judge is going on there. And I see somebody is Rachel Hanan here. Sorry, I just for a recap, who's suing who? They're both suing, saying that the other hit them. The doctor, Mr. Terry, there is asking for $300,000, whereas she's asking for $1 plus attorney's fees. So the attorney's fees is the big one. Everyone is suing everyone, but for different amounts. So let's see what this guy is.
Dr. Gibby, we'll go into it later, but can you quickly tell the court your background and training and where you are right now and the work you're doing in neuroradiology and what's related to your testimony today?
Yes, thank you. I'm a medical doctor trained at University of Utah, residency in diagnostic radiology at University of Arizona, a fellowship in neuroradiology at the University of Pennsylvania, and I am currently an adjunct professor of radiology at University of California, San Diego. I have a private practice of radiology in Provo, Utah.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just focus in for now on the fMRI, that the discussion that we'd like to present the jury today.
So let's talk about what fMRI is, because lots of people have heard of what MRI is, right? Because MRI is MRI we're kind of used to, right? If you get a head injury, they will probably give you an MRI. And an MRI is, I could go into the science. It's complicated, but basically they use big magnets to look at sort of the magnetic impulses of stuff inside your skull and get an image of your brain. Now, fMRI is functional MRI. And functional MRI is basically they take repeated MRI images, and that allows them to tell a little bit more about your brain. It allows them to look at not just the idea of your brain's structure, like what the shape of your brain is, but also what your brain is doing. It's how much oxygen your brain is using at different times in different places, because your brain has different areas of the brain, right? If you've got sort of in this area, you got like language areas, you've got motor areas, you've got At the back of your brain, you've got vision, you've got breathing, you've got all of that. At the front of your brain, you've got stuff that's associated with sort of higher cognition and that kind of thing, impulse control, all of that. And so fMRI is, it's basically designed to allow them to see which areas of your brain are using oxygen, right? And that is fascinating, because that gives an idea of not just what your brain is doing, but a little bit of like what areas are working too hard, what areas are not showing up for work at all. That to me is magic. And yes, this is sort of a good explanation. They use powerful magnets to align the hydrogen atoms in your body, and then they let them go and pulse ultrasonic waves in to map the movement for regular MRI. And so there's different ways to do this. They also have things like PET scans and so forth. Some of the other ways that they try to accomplish the same things involve eating radioactive sugar, and then it can try to, as that sugar gets consumed by your brain, it actually releases the radioactive isotopes that were bound to the sugar. And so those alternate means of scanning mean that your brain basically gives off radiation in the areas that are doing more work. So that is really what they're trying to do here. They're trying to see what's happening. And fMRI has a ton of different uses. They use it to try to, amongst other things, they try to see if they can try to do sort of brain reading to see if there's something going on in your brain to try to figure out particular neural responses. That's one thing that they might try to do with this. Another aspect that they'll try to do with this is they might try to see things like detecting if somebody's lying. They'll try to do with fMRIs. There's all sorts of really fun aspects. But here, what they're trying to do is they're trying to see basically how is this guy's brain functioning. So this is really, really interesting. I am a total neuropsych nerd. I don't say that I've got like a huge amount of knowledge on it, but I find this to be fascinating. So I was watching, some other, and I'm not trying to call anyone out here, but people are saying that this is boring, and I'm going, this is not boring. This is cool stuff. This is fascinating stuff. So yeah, this is really interesting. Another thing that they might use fMRI for is, let's say you're going to have brain surgery. Let's say you've got a tumor where they need to remove, they got to remove a cancerous tumor. They can't leave it in there, but they're going to have to plot out a route to get to that tumor, right? Because everything that they're trying to do every way that they might try to go in to get at that tumor is destroying tissue, is damaging tissue. So they need to figure all that out. And so they might ask you to do things like, hey, move while we do this fMRI, so we can see which areas of muscle control. As a lawyer, they might say, you know what, we want you to read some case law. We might want you to think about generating a closing argument so that we can see and try to avoid the areas that you use when you do your job. I've heard of musicians where they're doing this, and they're saying play the violin, and we're going to see which areas light up when you play the violin and try not to cut through that. So all of that is super cool. Now, unfortunately, this guy doesn't really have the oomph to make it exciting. And that is what it is. Experts usually don't. So, all right.
Tell us about the foundation or the reliability or the work that's gone into your sort of fMRI, and if you could explain it for the court so we have a clear picture.
Now, I'm going to skip over some of this because, and CG Learning, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. So this guy goes on and on about fMRI and so forth. Really interestingly, they had a pool of about 50 normal brains that they were looking at to generate their baseline. Now, a lot of people have been saying 50 is not that many, but 50 can actually be a lot. But I would love to see a lot more than that. I would love to see, I would love to see more brain scans than that. But yeah, he was so dry and talked like a doctor, and I'm sure lost the jury. You can tell he loves his work, though. He loves the brains. I would love to do this if I wasn't doing law, right? He's got a bit of a cool job. So, yeah. Let's go and look at, we've got the judge talking about science, but there's a moment that I really wanted to look at, and this is where I'm going to skip over most of his testimony because most of it is dry AF. There are some really interesting points on this, but we'll get to that sort of as we can here. Let's see if I've got it sort of ballpark.
This record, yes.
Okay. We'll get back to this one later.
You're not wrong. I'm hoping I got this.
Well, I'm going to just briefly go back to this. This is page 2 of the record. Let's see if it pops up again. There it goes. This is page 2 of Exhibit 1. And it says, what did you do? Assessment, mild disorientation, and rib pain, right side. You see that? Did this inform your opinions?
I hope
Yes.
I've got this that I haven't
Transport
skipped
via
over.
toboggan to EFA, which I understand is Empire First Aid. Reassessment, disorientation lessened. How does what does disorientation mean to you after a ski collision like this?
It's symptoms of a head injury.
Okay. Just the page 3, I'd like to know. Okay, I'm going to go back to page 1. I forgot to emphasize
There's
this.
a wonderful moment here that I'm trying
You
to
see where it
catch.
says was hit from behind?
Yes.
That's the injured's description of the incident. I'm going to go to page 3, and you'll note the date at the bottom of page 3. It wasn't February 26, 2016. It was 3 weeks later, March 18, 2016. So the author of this report, Whitney Smith, wrote a supplement. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so she didn't write this the first time. She didn't have the name of the other party on the report, but she did have this written. Let's see, I can't read it myself. Let's see, what is that word? Oh, I recall, she's
Can't read it,
recalling 3
right.
weeks later, that upon arriving on the scene on Bandana at the bridge, I found patient Terry Sanderson standing on the right. There was on the right side of the run in his skis. The mountain host that radio patrol was above doing traffic control. A friend of Terry's was also present, a large man, blue jacket, black pants, dark hair, hereby referred to as large male friend. I'll represent to you that large male friend testified yesterday. His name is Craig.
Yeah, we
Lamont.
have come a long way
You
from
read this part
from
of the
that.
report too, correct?
It's, once upon a time, that's how they
Terry
did it.
said that he was uncertain what happened. Large male friend told Terry that a woman had struck him from behind, knocking him down. Large male friend stated he believed the woman had been Gwyneth Paltrow. Does that inform your opinions about what happened in this ski crash?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like I asked, Whitney Smith writes 3 weeks later, I asked if anyone had spoken to the woman. Large male friend said he had asked
I
her
didn't
if she
skip
was all
over
right.
the critical
He
moment
said
here.
she had told him she was fine and skied away. But this is 3 weeks later, so during the assessment, transport, and time at the first aid, large male friend continued to say that the woman involved in the collision was Gwyneth Paltrow. And then it goes on to describe, at Empire First Aid, we were met by 3 others from Terry's skiing group, a blonde woman, a man, and Debbie. I recall large male friend
Trouble breathing, having pain with trouble.
Just trying to see if I
could be
can.
a clock that's not set or something, but at 1300.
Just trying to see if I could track the critical moment here. This guy does a. There we go. This guy does a horrible job of
Severe
sometimes
the
looking like a
impact
troll.
was.
Yeah, so on his chest x-ray, which I'm not sure if you've shown the jury, but, and I did bring a computer so I can bring those up if you would like, but he had 4 displaced rib
Yeah.
fractures. So, they were
It's
on
a
the lateral
specific
side,
person.
on his right side. Terry was 69 at the time, male, had very normal looking bone density, so certainly not elderly or osteoporotic. And in order to break, essentially snap 4 ribs, would require a substantial amount of force.
That's a big moment for the plaintiff, because for the plaintiff, like, this says that this was a substantial amount of force. This wasn't just that he's a fragile old guy. This is that he got hit hard, and that's a critical thing there. I think that's going to be a huge aspect with him saying, he's not osteoporotic. And this is something that is actually, I criticized this guy on Twitter for testifying to some things that are outside of his area, but he is a radiologist. So this kind of seems like within his area of expertise. So yeah, that's a big boost for the plaintiff's team.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to admit plaintiff's
thank you,
exhibit
John Carter.
30, the chest x-rays.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 30 is received.
And thank you, Kathy. Much appreciated on the super chat there, or the super sticker.
Dr. Gibby, are these chest x-rays that you reviewed?
Yeah, they usually are, but they got an agreement
Yes,
not
but
to.
these are really low resolution, poor copies, so I'm not sure what you're trying to show here.
Mostly to remind you that these are the chest x-rays you reviewed at one time.
Okay.
And we understand x-ray experts like yourself, radiologists, like to have the pure images, but this is mostly to refresh your memory of what you reviewed.
Yeah, but you cropped off where the fractures are located on the right side there.
Do you see them there?
No.
Okay, I think we might have a better version of that, but we'll deal with that later.
Can we plug his computer in?
I can plug my computer in and let you see it directly.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on. How does this happen? Like, here, let me show you the x-rays. And he's like, you guys cropped out the bit that we care about. Like, you cropped out the actual injury. And then they need to ask the expert to pull it up on his computer. Like, this is some basic. They cropped off each one so you can see the left-hand side of the x-ray. And I'm going, but it's the right-hand side that you care about. Like, that's where the injury is. So, like, maybe show them the injury. That's so bad. Like, I am so I'm so kind of sad for these guys because they should have had some time to figure that out. I don't know how that mistake comes up. It's just bizarre to me. I see, and they've had years to prepare for this trial. Yes, like, come on. So that's just bizarre. Some paralegal's head is going to roll for that. I mean, this is something they should have checked. The lawyers should have absolutely checked that one. Yeah, just wow. We'll deal with that later. You don't want to be in a situation where your own witness has to get up to help you out. It's just nuts here. All right, so that was a whole moment, and I see Rin Campbell is saying, "Was it this trial seems like an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm?" Yes, you can almost hear the music. I'd play the music, except that then I'd get a strike. Yeah, and this is the problem. As much as I dislike Gwyneth Paltrow, this whole thing is a joke. I don't know where I land at this stage. Right now, it's still very much up in the air. I personally am not I'm not a big fan of Gwyneth Paltrow. She did okay in Iron Man, but she wasn't the star. She was just kind of there. So, and the rest of her activities are weird. I'm not going to pull up her webpage again. I'll tell you that. That was a mistake I make once. So, yeah, this was such a weird aspect. And then there were some bits that just upset me. So let's see if I can find that here. Even if he hit her, wouldn't that cause a rib fracture? Yep, it might. How does that prove he was run into instead of the opposite?
What is the importance of this to your opinions, Dr. Gibby?
This was an X-ray taken the day after his incident, showing it's a series of images of his ribs. And I think the importance of this is documenting the trauma that he sustained.
Okay.
And can I describe that to the jury?
Yes, please. Why is it important?
We lost the image.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll put it back
I'm
up.
curious how they're going to
We're
prove
done.
who's at fault. I mean, part of it is they're going to try it with this guy. But there's, the eyewitnesses. There's all sorts of, other aspects there.
Yeah. Would you like the
we'll see.
pointer, the
Yes.
laser?
There should be a microphone there for you. You can take that and walk over to the screen.
Like how the two of them are trying to figure out a microphone right now.
I can speak loudly. That helps.
I'm here.
You're
Okay. we can
not
hear
wrong,
you.
Sarah.
Okay. So these white bands are the ribs, which are bright on an X-ray because they are denser than they are. And you can see here where the rib is disrupted. There's a fracture here. There's one here. There's one.
So the fractures are kind of hard to see. And that's why radiologists make money.
So he has, there's one here. So he has a total of 4 fractured ribs along the lateral side of his right chest. And it's over a substantial area, maybe a good 7 or 8 inches across his chest. But I just wanted you to see that these are, they're not so, these fractures are displaced. And they will occur over a single.
So Dr. Gibby, the concussion and the broken ribs, what opinions do you draw about
Yeah, I wouldn't
the extent of
Wouldn't
Terry
want those,
Sanderson's injuries?
those fractures.
Well, I don't think it was, just a minor bump. He had enough force to knock him unconscious, enough force to have persisting cranial symptoms that are documented in the record, and enough force to break 4 of the ribs on the right side of his chest. And
Which is a lot of force.
that, along with the deceleration of striking the ground, I think I think that the rib fractures certainly corroborate that there was enough force to cause a head injury. And of course, he was complaining of the rib pain immediately after the accident, and subsequently had this evaluated by the Instacare, and then I think he went to the Veterans Hospital probably because he was a vet and had the ability to get free care there the next day.
Okay.
I mean, you can still get knocked out with a helmet on. A helmet isn't magic, but
I think you answered my next question.
It should be pretty protective.
What injuries did this crash cause? Is there anything else that you can comment on that form or that are the basis of your opinion, or give the jury your opinion?
Well, I think those are the ones that are described in the record. He does have some abnormalities on his spine, both in the cervical area, but I don't think those have been addressed by the patient or in the court as part of this process. So the 2 primary complaints he had were the chest injury, which healed over a period of months. Rib fractures can be very, very painful. And in some cases, they will go in and plate the ribs back together in order to reduce the risk of lung puncture and to help people heal quicker. We also do some pain management techniques with this, where we will inject cortisone and numbing medicine around the broken ribs. But as you can imagine, every time someone takes a breath, that fracture is moving. Unlike, say, a long bone, you can't really cast the chest. You can't immobilize it. So it does take a period of time for these to heal. And again, it makes it difficult to breathe as a result of them.
Do the rib fractures indicate that Dr. Sanderson or Terry Sanderson was hit from the rear and from the side? And why?
So I think that's, one of the core.
This is where I don't know why the defense isn't
It doesn't seem to
objecting.
be any dispute that there was a collision. It doesn't seem to be any dispute that there were injuries. Dr. Sanderson experienced enough trauma to break ribs and cause a concussion.
If the doctor stops here, he's great. Fantastic. But he's going to get into stuff that I don't see that his experience or that his expertise lets him cover, because there's an entirely separate area of expertise, of a separate discipline that looks into how injuries result. Like what kinds of, if you trip, how does that happen, right? How do you land? That kind of thing. And that's not what he does. He's guessing. And in this guess, he's no better than the average person. He just sounds better because he's a radiologist. But radiologists, I used the example earlier saying like, how many dishes do you have to wash before you learn how to cook the meal? The answer is there is no number of dishes that you can wash. You don't necessarily know how it happened. This is a concern to me.
Then the question is, was this something that
he caused or the defendant caused. And based upon my analysis of the x-rays and the reports from the witness, Craig, who was there, I think it's very unlikely that this would have been caused by Terry running into Gwyneth Paltrow. First of all, when you're skiing, your knees would be bent, your arms would.
Maybe we should approach for this one. Sure.
So they do object now. I would have been objecting sooner, but I feel like this is not his thing. This is a good question. What do I think of the plaintiff not being in the courtroom? I think it's not a good look. I'm starting to wonder if the plaintiff doesn't have a brain injury that prevents him from managing like impulse control. And that I think that he would. I'm wondering if he's one of those guys who just would blurt things out and maybe argue with his own counsel and argue with their own witnesses. You know, like when they have a witness to say that, you know, he's not doing so well, he'd be like, I am so. And that, you know, that kind of outburst would be incredibly destructive. So I'm wondering if that's why they kept him out here. Hi, Ian. Thanks for keeping my brain on OCAM exam for pre-vet degree. Nice. How come two GP lawyers object? Talks over TS's lawyers and talks over Clark. Very rude. I mean, you know, you've got to object to things, but, you know, talking over the guy is kind of a jerk. Yeah. I think this judge is my favorite, super laid back and chill, but doesn't put up with BS and just the right amount of snark. I like this judge. I think they picked a good one. You know, he listens to objections, but he doesn't fill in objections for the parties. He very much, he's sort of casual. He seems very fair so far. Plaintiff's case is shot when Terry takes a stand. His own lawyer's been bracing the jury for impact. He's a total loon. We'll see. We've been
Dr.
hearing
Gibby,
some hints.
what's your
he's a bad
opinion
person.
as to how this crash,
I'll
these
get to this one in
injuries were
just a
caused?
second.
I think based on the stated testimony of the defendant, Craig Ramon, who was the only eyewitness, and based upon the pattern of injuries that are present
Yes,
here.
absolutely. And hey,
What I believe
welcome, Peg Leg
happened
Finance.
is that he was struck from the left side, and that forced him into the ground. It's also been the testimony here that Ms. Paltrow was on top of him at some point. So the combined weight of the
That
two
is
individuals
also true.
slamming into the ground caused the fracture and the head injury. And I don't think it would be plausible that if he were running into her, that he would have broken the ribs on the side of his chest. He likely would have had his arms extended. He would have protected himself. He would have had knees, arms, etc. And so he might have had other injuries. He could have broken a leg or an arm or a wrist or something like that. But in terms of a frontal collision, had he run into Ms. Paltrow, I don't think he would have had these types of injuries. And I also think, you know, just given the differential in mass of the people involved, I think she would have broken his fall, so to speak, reduced his collision velocity and the impact, and probably had he been the person running into her, I don't think he would have sustained these types of injuries. Now,
He's saying that if he had run into her, he would have braced and whatever else. You know, unless, say, he didn't see her because he was having vision problems, that to me would seem to explain it, right? That to me would seem to be, an explanation. So, but yeah, this part felt very outside of his lane. I think so too. I don't think that this is proper for him to get into. But the judge is allowing it. So they're going ahead. So I'm not a huge fan. see Law and Lumber. Thank you for all the super chats. I'm trying to catch all of them as we go. Also pulling up comments and questions as well, so don't be bashful. Active chat is good chat. Yep. I always love to sort of cover all these things. And I try to answer questions, not just super chats, but also just good questions out there. I just kind of look at this and I go, this is the kind of answer that to me tells me that this guy it makes him feel to me less like unless they bounced off of each other and the ground caused his injuries. Yep. This makes him feel to me less like a neutral, independent expert who's there to assist the court in the fact-finding process, and instead more that this guy is that he's a bit of a mercenary, that he's here to advocate for one side. I really don't like that. So this makes me trust him less. Now, I got to say, as much as I trust him less, I figure that he is. I figure that the plaintiff made some leg room or made some room here. I think the plaintiff gained advantage today, and so far, I think the plaintiff is ahead. Now, keep in mind, the plaintiff gets to call their case first, so this is the ordinary course of things, right? The plaintiff should be ahead in their case, like in their case in chief, right? And then it should be later during the defense's side that they start poking holes in it. But this is kind of expected. It's rare that you get a trial where during the plaintiff calling their case that the plaintiff feels like they're behind. Johnny Depp was one of those rare circumstances. Expert testimony, even if allowed speculation, is still something the jury can consider. It was a miss by the defense not to object there. I mean, they did object. They did just have a sidebar. But it's still like, I don't know how this got in. So I need a diagram. Who's where? Who is uphill? What was the trajectory? They dispute this, right? They disagree on all of that. So, and Pegleg Finance, that is cool that you were there. You should absolutely do a stream talking about it, because I know you've got he's got his own channel. I was on there at one point. So absolutely get on telling people about that, because you're the only person I know of who's got a view of the jury on this one. So that's that'll be something interesting. And if you want to come on the channel, drop me a line and we can bring you on and we can talk about all this.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's enough of that portion. I'm just trying to find the next bit that offended me a bit here. All right. Stuck in a sidebar.
Mr. Sanderson becoming frustrated if his expectations weren't met, and this is referring to his children.
No, I don't recall that.
What about testimony that he has always been easily frustrated?
The worst thing that he could do is to sit at home and be depressed and very abnormal. They can have schizophrenia or autism or severe depression. Negative. He didn't show any evidence of acute
Stephen Edgley, medical doctor.
athletes.
I'm trying to see.
Another risk factor is
my
age.
timestamps
As
are a
you
little
get
messed
older,
up.
your brain has a harder time adjusting. But I think in Terry's case, he had this condition where his fluid spaces, the lateral and third ventricles, were dilated. And as a result, the fibers that connect the halves of the brain together are stretched over this structure. Water is not a very compressible substance. If you put a shock wave into water, like, you drop a depth charge in a submarine, that force is violently transmitted to the submarine. Yeah.
Did you guys catch the depth charge in the submarine? Plaintiff's counsel used that same rhetoric at a previous instance. Now, I suspect that they got it from him, but you still don't want to parallel the two things. Now, if you're wondering what the If you're wondering what the ventricles are little spaces. They're full of, basically water, cerebrospinal fluid in your head. So that is, that's what those are.
And in the case of Terry, he had these fluid spaces that were enlarged in the inside of his brain, and his fiber connections, his white matter was already somewhat stretched. It was already, at risk, and that shock or that rapid deceleration injury likely was exacerbated by the presence of this underlying condition.
So are the problems Terry's experiencing now with his persistent concussive symptoms, how was that, or was that caused by pre-existing conditions or by this concussion? And why?
I don't think in terms of trying to figure out causation, you have to look at what happened before and what happened after. Immediately before the event, Terry was in a stable, committed relationship with a person. He had a great relationship with his daughters and his grandchildren. He had many friends. He was very sociable. By all accounts, a gregarious, sort of outgoing person. This event happens, and he has a very abrupt change of personality, of his functioning. And so I don't think you can claim that the slow, actually very stable, over the decade previous with his normal pressure hydrocephalus, whatever that was, did not cause his abrupt change in symptoms post-accident. Now, we all age. We all get symptoms over time. And, could the normal pressure hydrocephalus affect him at some point in his life? Absolutely. But so could other problems related to aging.
Okay, Dr. Stephen Edgley, medical doctor, indicates in his report that none of plaintiff's medical records support his claims that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision. How do you respond to the defense's expert on that?
Well, obviously the defense expert has he's paid to give a certain storyline. I think
You didn't. Like, oh my God. Who's also getting paid? This guy. He's getting paid too. So this notion, he can't be sued for this because it's in a court proceeding, right? There's privilege that applies, but to just say he's giving this because he's getting paid, you weasel. Respond to the actual thing, right? I don't like that from the expert because he's getting paid too.
It's very clear that he had changes in his behavior, in his interpersonal relationships, and in his functioning. So I'm not sure how this doctor could claim that there were no symptoms related to the accident. I think that's wishful thinking.
Dr. Robert Hesch, spelled Hoesch, indicates that Terry's persisting neurological conditions or symptoms that he reports since the ski crash are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions. How do you respond to Dr. Hesch?
Well, again, he wasn't suffering from those pre-existing health conditions before the accident. There are some things in the medical record. He had an embolic event to his right eye, so he lost most of the vision in his eye. So he did have some visual changes. He had some age-related hearing loss, which in the medical record was described as mild. He was using hearing aids, not uncommon at that age. He had a history of high blood pressure, although it had been well controlled. He was on blood pressure medication. I think that the imaging that I did and that others have done on his brain over the last decade have not shown the sequela of that somehow hypertension was causing brain problems. He does not have multiple tiny white matter infarcts in the location that you typically see with hypertensive disease. He has some white matter disease around the corpus callosum where these stretched ventricles are. But hypertensive white matter disease usually occurs where there are little small end vessels, kind of at the zones where there isn't great blood supply to the white matter. So deep white matter, places like the thalamostriate arteries and the basal ganglia, the pons, deep brain structures, and he has none of that. He has no little infarcts in those areas that are typical for hypertensive related brain injury or white matter disease. He has no cortical infarcts that would be related to previous strokes. He had a few other conditions. He had a laminectomy on his back, which I think is completely unrelated. He had some arthritis in a finger and a thumb. Terry Sanders had some medical issues and medical complaints. There's no question about it. But I don't think we can blame his current medical conditions on just pre-existing conditions.
I mean, I don't know that this is necessarily. He's reading all of the medical reports there, but in terms of whether or not the brain injury was the same or caused, that might be something that a radiologist can cover. And it's infarct, and INFARCT, I believe. Basically, had he had strokes before? That's what he's talking about here. So,
Okay. So a neuropsychologist, Angela Eastfold, also has opinions about Terry. She confirms that he had a mild concussion, but then goes on to say that the course and evolution of his self-reported symptoms are inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussive-related symptoms. What is your response to Dr. Eastfold?
Well, I agree with her that Terry had a concussion. I think we can agree that much. The normal trajectory of concussive patients is typically to recover. So yes, in that regard, he did not follow the normal trajectory. But this is not a normal case. This is a case that he has continued to suffer, and he had an abrupt change in his activities and in his functioning. So, I guess people can disagree politely.
reasonable minds can differ, folks.
Do you think that
that's what
any
he's
of
saying?
Terry's pre-existing conditions, like NPH or sore finger or
means hose up.
occasional depression,
Nice.
did that contribute to why he has these long-standing, or did that cause his long-standing problems that are evident now?
No, but I think you make a point there. I mean, he had been treated in the past for depression, so he was on medication for that. Depression is a pretty common diagnosis in modern society, but it seems that his condition worsened following this event. So yes, I think the depression was a pre-existing condition that might be conflated with some of his current symptoms, but certainly not all of those, not all of his symptoms.
Well, again, what is the primary cause of his current conditions with PCS, persistent concussive symptoms, or is it the ski crash versus these other causes?
Well, the abrupt change in his functioning, in his behavior, and in his ability to interact with people was not something brought on by his pre-existing conditions. He had had those for many, many years and had functioned well and was stable. And so his NPH had
The problem is that over time you're going to change in any event, right?
I'm not even sure I should call it NPH. He had these dilated ventricles. He did not have a clinical diagnosis of NPH. He was well managed with these other issues. His hypertension was controlled. He wasn't having strokes. So, yeah, I don't see that we can pin his current problems on
I love this one.
issues.
How do you hide $1
also,
for a
used
radiologist
or
and into a
conducted
patient?
an fMRI.
Because
on
radiologists
Terry
typically
Sanders.
don't
Can
see
you explain what
patients.
that
They
was?
see.
We did. So fMRI is a test where we look at the brain while the patient is doing certain tasks. So it's so imaging has evolved over time. In the old days, we just took X-rays and you couldn't even see inside the brain. And then we started injecting air into the ventricles to see if there was a shift. And then CAT scans came along. But as medicine has evolved, we've been able to image with much greater sensitivity and specificity. So it's not surprising that his CT scan, which was taken the day after his accident, was negative. He didn't show any evidence of acute trauma at that time. His MRI scans showed some small white matter lesions around the corpus callosum, which may have been related to some stretching injury or some type of injury at the time of the accident. But lots of people get white matter disease as you get older. That's sort of like wrinkles. We performed a functional MRI where we had him do actual tests in the scanner. So solving puzzles, having him do memory tests, doing
Yeah.
spatial recognition
Put you to
and
various
things that
words.
require higher cortical function. And we subjected Terry to 7 different functional MRI tests. And of those 7, 1 was abnormal. And that was the matrix reasoning test. And he was below 2 standard deviations compared to our normative controls on that test. And that is essentially the matrix reasoning is a puzzle solving test where you're using lots of frontal lobe activity as well as your occipital areas that are involved with visualizing images and spatial recognition, et cetera. And those are the frontal and occipital areas are 2 common places that can be injured in a traumatic deceleration process. So I think the good news is that most of his imaging looked normal or within normal limits, within the yardstick we have of the best functional imaging today. I think that the value of functional imaging is that we can actually watch patients while they are doing complex tasks. Something like an anatomic scan of the brain, people can have normal MRIs of the brain but be very abnormal. They can have schizophrenia or autism or severe depression or bipolar disorder or all kinds of issues, and the brain will look normal but it doesn't function normally. So this is an attempt to move that boundary of investigation of brain and using MRI in a functional manner to assess if he could perform these complex operations and how he performed those compared to normative controls. And he did have an abnormal functional test on his matrix reasoning.
It's been said Terry Sanderson has high test scores. And
This guy would be better at testifying if he had a 3D puzzle of the brain he could play with. Maybe, yeah. I mean, the other thing on all of this is that there's really, I really like the sort of explanation here in terms of the fMRI, right? He's telling you why they do it and why it's interesting. Because fMRI, they're putting somebody in, they're doing a puzzle, they're, doing these tasks. And, traditional MRI or a CT scan or those kinds of things can show you the functional or can show you the physical shape of something. And the physical shape of something is not always the most useful. Think about it like your computer, right? Because if your computer is, if somebody hits your computer with a bat, then you'll know what the deal is, right? But lots of the time, the problem with your computer, like if your computer won't boot, it may not be that there's anything that you can see just looking at the physical computer, taking it apart and looking at the physical things that will solve that problem. So it might be that you need to look at the function of it. So fMRI is kind of what we can do to try to look at that, right? To try to see how the brain is working. It's still super primitive. It's still super early on. And, we are really not great at, knowing how the brain works. And for lengthy periods of human history, it was just a complete mystery. In fact, if you go back far enough, they thought things like the brain was for cooling the blood. That was a theory for a while, is that the brain was for cooling the blood because it has no purpose. Now we're getting much better at it. But so yeah, I really like this explanation. Yeah, just boot it into BIOS and check stuff out. Unfortunately, we can't really do that with the brain. We haven't even reached the point of turn it off and on again, and it'll work. Yeah, I know what an MRI is. What is an fMRI? An MRI looks at the physical structure. An MRI or fMRI takes repeated images so that you can see the function over time as somebody does a task. So, and this is an important point. We have nothing to compare it to since we have no fMRI from prior to the accident. You can compare it to sort of normal brains. Now, the problem is that most of us, or many of us, don't really have normal brains. I've got really serious attention deficit. So I'm going to bet that if I got into an fMRI machine right now, my brain imaging would come up weird. I'm going to guess that there would be different, that there might be less activation towards the frontal lobe. that's just sort of how things are. But ideally, you'd want an fMRI from before the accident. Yeah, no, you don't say. I do. The ideally, you'd want an fMRI of the same person before the accident and after the accident. But nobody ever gets that done because, of course, an fMRI is expensive. There's not enough capacity for it. Do we even understand the brain well enough to define what's normal? Sort of, a little bit. So, but yeah, this is a problem. I don't know if I can find the right timestamp here because I'm sort of hunting for it, but there's a moment that he does that I'm trying to track down here. As lawyers, do you ever regret the expert you had testify? Yes. There can be awful experts, and awful experts can be really bad. You can get experts that just are overly argumentative, like they're really trying too hard to sell your side, or there's experts who are just waffly, or all sorts of things. So, but he could tell what part of his brain crashed against what part of his skull, so it gives the direction of the impact, but I didn't hear that. I don't know. I mean, I doubt that they could see that directly. That's tough, especially because in an accident, your brain can sort of bounce around in there. It's tough. What was the advantage of waiting 3 years to sue her? I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why you might. Sometimes you just sit on a lawsuit and then bring it at the last second so that you can, there might be tactical reasons for that because, yeah. And I see, I really hope no one online has invisible disabilities because the way people speak about this guy who may well be injured is abhorrent. Can't see it, can't prove it, BS. I mean, the problem is you have to be able to prove it. And I do have invisible disabilities. I got more than one invisible disability. Right now, I'm in serious back pain because of an invisible disability. And also I have attention deficit, which is another invisible disability. So, but if I'm trying to show that a brain injury is a result of something, you've got to prove it, right? There is a burden of proof when you are suing somebody. So that's kind of an aspect there. There's a couple of super chats here we can sort of run through quickly. Can we skip through the sidebars and maybe go to 1.5? We're at 1.4, so that's, and we'll look at the second witness a bit here. Hydrocephalus sucks. I've had 50 brain surgeries. Ooh, ouch. As the shunt that keeps me alive fails. Ooh, that's terrifying. Pain is excruciating, especially without treatment. I'm sorry to hear that. Claude Simeon, Ian, if not too personal, when was your last pain-free day? I don't remember. I get about a week or 2 weeks of pain-free days a year, sort of spread out, and there's less of them every year. So one day I will experience my last pain-free day, and I don't know when that'll be, and I won't know at the time, but I just don't know when that'll be. So, yep, that's kind of a depressing thought, but it is what it is. All right. So, yeah, there's a moment where he's asked to comment on other witnesses here.
Other areas like neurologists, neuropsychologists, medical doctors. Does that mean he doesn't have a brain injury, and why?
Well, lots of people, there's variability in the population in terms of their function. Terry is a very bright individual, very capable, and but that doesn't mean that, he doesn't sustain an injury and move from really bright, really capable to just, within the average or within normal average. So I think that the best test, and we've had doctors provide evidence about, brain scans, we've had neurologists testify, neuropsychologists, but really the best test that we have for humans is how do they perform in a complex world. When you think about it, just how you drove here to Park City on a snowy morning, that requires a lot more processing power than, even the best computers that can do today. So I think that the best test, the best challenge of Terry Sanderson is how is he doing? How is he functioning in life? And I think there are a number of areas where he has had a fall off in his abilities.
One of his treaters recommended that after the ski crash, after about 18 months, that he try to do as many activities he did before, such as travel or be active like he was as much as he can, but maybe travel with a partner so he wouldn't get lost. What is your opinion on those kinds of recommendations?
I mean, I think that many people have injuries and they try to overcome them through various activities. I think probably the worst thing that he could do is to sit at home and be depressed and not have those interactions. So yes, I mean, Terry was a self-described person who did a lot of travel before, and I'm sure he did travel afterwards. But I don't think that is evidence that he is somehow, unimpaired, that he hasn't had any symptoms related to this injury.
Did you see any evidence of malingering or faking, or he was trying to exaggerate his injuries?
No, I didn't. The functional MRI, I think, is difficult to fake because the scanner is actually watching your brain as you process this data, and you'd have to be pretty smart to try to fake, if you would, the MRI scanner in terms of how the blood is flowing and where the brain is activating. Usually, when we see someone who is faking or not trying, then many of the tests are screwed up. They're just it doesn't make sense. But all of his tests except one were within normal range, and I think he certainly was trying.
It would be it would be tough to fake an fMRI, right? Because it's not like a questionnaire or something where you can just give it BS answers. This is a situation where it's it's actually your brain. So yeah. All right. Let's keep going here.
We didn't mention, I don't think, in detail at least, one neuropsychologist for the defense, Galit Ashkenazi. She seems to think that following the incident, Terry suffered from exacerbation of anxiety and depression, which returned to baseline in about 5 months, but there's no evidence of any permanent mental health changes. How would you respond to Dr. Ashkenazi's?
I'm not sure what data she used. I think that, again, the record is fairly replete with there's lots of evidence in here. And in fact, his former partner, girlfriend that he had during the time of the injury,
they can ask him about all those.
They separate. I don't think she has any ulterior motive. I mean, at this point, they're not together. Why would she come forward and say he's having all of these problems? Why is he different? I don't think she has any incentive to do that. In fact, she would have the incentive to do the opposite. So
I didn't like this. I would have objected to that aspect. The commentary as to her credibility, I thought that was offside. So yeah. It's perfectly fine for him to comment about the like the opinions of the other experts. That is fine for him to analyze those. But when he gets into questions of credibility, I don't like that at all. And I see there's some gifted memberships I'm behind on. Sandra Ramirez, thank you very much for 5 memberships. Brentwood Chic, thank you for 5 as well. CG Learning, thank you very much for 20 gifted memberships. And Law and Lumber, thank you very much for 20 gifted memberships. That's much appreciated. So, and I see, why is he advocating for the plaintiff? Well, the plaintiff's counsel hired him. He's the plaintiff's counsel's witness. How dare you? That was a secret. That was not a secret. That was publicly announced. So, yeah, I thought that was... I didn't like this guy in that sense. He comes off like too mercenary, but I think he was helpful to the plaintiff overall. I think he was, he moved the needle there. So we're going to skip a little bit ahead. And this is lunch. Now I think this is... I don't know why they're zoomed in on this security camera, but we'll get to Afro Man shortly. I want to cover another funny moment first. Afro Man was funny. Afro Man was good. I liked him as a witness. All right. Oh. I think... Oh. I guess there wasn't a clock to zoom in on. Yeah. I guess it was just something to aim at.
May be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. Let the record reflect parties are present, counsel is present, and the jury is all present. Thank you. Dr. Gibby, you're still under oath. Mr. Egan.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I start by approaching so I can give Dr. Gibby his deposition transcript?
Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Let me just see if I can find the... So there's a lengthy cross-examination. I don't think that this guy made it anywhere on the cross overall. I didn't think that the cross really moved the needle much in any direction. So, Gibby kind of looked like a mercenary to start with. And I don't think that changed a whole lot. Watching from Sydney, Australia, the difference in our capacity to sue for damages and in the US is polar opposite. Could you sue for this in Canada? You could sue for it, but you'd get not as much money as they're suing for here. So I like the attorney doing cross, though. He has a great style. I liked him too. I'm actually glad that we saw a lot more of Clark Kent and a lot less of the whiner, because the whiner, he complains a lot and it's not super effective, I don't think. I think that ultimately he hasn't been great for his side. So I really think Clark Kent's got the potential to be a great lawyer, and the other guy is just not wowing me in the same way. So I'm glad Clark Kent is there. That doesn't mean like
seated. Thank you. Mr. Sykes.
Paltrow or
Sam Goldstein.
team anything.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
So now we've got this guy.
Would you please state your full name and address?
Sam Goldstein, 230 South, 500 East, Suite 100, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
Where were you born and where did you grow up?
I was born in Jersey City, New Jersey in 1952, moved to Brooklyn, New York in 1955, grew up there, went to school there, came to Salt Lake City in 1976 to finish my doctorate, and I've been here ever since.
Yankees fan or Mets fan?
Well, I have to honor my dear departed father, a Yankees fan.
There you go. Okay. And did you do graduate work just at the University of Utah or any other universities?
I did graduate work at Montclair State in New Jersey and at the University of Utah.
Any fellowships or special training opportunities?
I'm not sure I can answer the question. I finished my degree and did a doctoral residency to sit for my license, which I did. The license is generic in the state of Utah. So your license is a psychologist and then ethically responsible to practice within the area in which you've been trained.
And you have specialty areas or interest areas in both children and adults. Is that correct?
In my clinical work? Yes. Primarily children in my clinical work.
Okay. And tell the jury about your publications, will you?
What would you like me to tell them?
Summarize in less than 3 minutes.
My 54th book just came out. A large number of clinical textbooks that are used by other professionals, trade books for the general public. I edit a major science journal, comes out 14 times a year on attention and related problems. It's 2,000 pages of peer-reviewed research. I've authored or co-authored a dozen psychological tests and neuropsychological tests that are used all over the world.
Tell us about some of those tests, what they show, or intended to show.
Well, the one I'm most proud of, the cognitive assessment system, is a measure of someone's critical thinking and problem solving that's independent of the effects of culture or experience. So Aboriginal children in the outback, affluent children in suburbia at the same ages test the same way. So we created that instrument to avoid the bias of children coming from underprivileged homes or minorities being unfairly identified as having disabilities in the schools.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk about this in a few minutes.
So, guys, let's just stop and talk about this guy, because this guy is exceptional. He has written a ton of things, and if you're in the areas that he talks about, he is the guy. Like, this guy is a rock star in the field of like neurological assessment. He does a tremendous amount of work. He does a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I've been talking to various people who sort of deal with neuropsych kinds of things, and they basically have, like, a lot of them have been saying, I was watching this just to see this guy because I'm a fan of this guy specifically. So this guy is kind of the big deal. He's I have a talent for freeze frames. Yeah, I guess I did kind of capture a wonderful moment there. He's wonderful. Honestly, I think it would be kind of expensive for me to get him out into Canada, but I would hire him. I would absolutely hire him as an expert witness. He is exceptional. He's really the guy. I run a clinic in the field here in Utah. This guy is it. Yeah. This guy is like the Mike Tyson of boxing in his heyday. This guy is super good at what he does, but not only that, he's also just he's so good at sort of what he's doing here. So he's a big deal in child neuropsych for sure. Like, if I met him, I'd be like, I'm not worthy. Yeah, this guy is wonderful. I was really impressed. I'm sitting here, I was going through this and I was trying to take timestamps of this because I was trying to be like, hey, let's sort of track, the entertaining moments. He doesn't really have any super entertaining moments. He just goes and consistently delivers. So if anyone has contact information, because I need this guy on so many trials, I don't think most of your clients can afford this guy. This guy's got to be super expensive, but yeah, I love this. He's the anti-Spiegel. So nice when I listened. Yeah. So let's see a little bit about this guy.
But I'd like you to tell the jury briefly what executive function is. Executive function.
What I think it is?
What it is scientifically in the field of neuropsychology.
Well, there's a lot of disagreement in what it is. It's become a very popular term in education now, but primarily it refers to how you do what you do. It's the strategies or behaviors you employ in solving whatever problems you have in the course of your day. Some people believe it's a variety of different kinds of abilities: memory, emotional regulation, planning. And in our research, it seems to be an overarching, a singular phenomenon: how you do what you do. Anything you do to improve outcome would be an executive function. Your preparation for this trial, for my examination, would be considered an executive function, improving what you hope to achieve in my testimony. And in everyday life, it's how we do what we do.
Have you published in this area?
My co-edited textbook on executive functioning is the most widely used in the world, I'm told. And my assessment tool, the Comprehensive Executive Functioning Inventory, is standardized on the general population of children and adults. And we use it as an observational measure. So a parent would fill it out, or a teacher, or an individual, asking questions about how they do what they do. How do you plan? How do you regulate your emotions? It's different from the kind of neuropsychological testing most people think of when you think of someone sitting across a computer or face-to-face with an evaluator being asked questions or putting puzzles together, etc. This is more about how you do. It's more about behavior.
Okay. Can a
Nicole,
person
reach out to me because I would love to
hypothetically
talk to this guy.
score really high, a bright person, a person of some substance, education, score really high on neuropsychological testing of things like words and concepts, and do really poorly on executive function?
So you mean someone
Hey,
like
this is
Einstein?
my channel. Me first.
Einstein
Yes.
or Terry Sanderson?
Or Terry Sanderson, correct. Our neuropsychological tests measure your ability to think critically, your memory, how you go about solving problems in a controlled environment. But the relationship of those tests to real world behavior is fairly limited. So you can be very bright, particularly if you have a brain injury to the front of your brain.
So the frontal lobe?
Yeah, orbitofrontal, the lower frontal part. You can be still very, very
This
bright,
guy's an executive function
intellectually
guru,
advanced,
basically. He's a,
and still have a lot of trouble in everyday life. Perseverating, going over things again and again, finding it difficult to problem solve, repeating yourself, trouble controlling your emotions. Again, you use the term executive functioning.
Yes.
Any behavior that you engage in to demonstrate what you know in an effective way. Knowing it isn't enough. You have to know how to execute it. You have to know how to do it.
So there were some moments from this guy that I thought were exceptionally awesome. And one of the moments is one that I think his counsel was not happy with, because there was a part of this where his counsel was trying to get an answer from this witness. And he was trying to get a very specific answer from this witness. And the witness wasn't having it. The witness was sitting there saying, no, like, that's not the case. And they're like, but isn't it the case of this? And he's like, nope. This guy was coming off as very not mercenary. He was coming off as very fair. One of the things I really liked is when you can see witness, like when you see an expert witness who comes in and the expert witness immediately starts changing how they answer questions in front of, once they're being cross-examined, and starts sort of entering into that defensive turtled up mode. It's like, oh, you are here, you're on a side. This guy doesn't do that at all. This guy instead, when they bring him in for, when they bring him in on the other side or for cross-examination, he's got exactly the same demeanor. He's just there. He's like, I'm answering questions. You can't trap me because I'm not here like arguing a side. I'm just here arguing the science. He is so smooth at that. So I really like this guy. Now he's talking about executive function difficulties. Now, so what does that mean? That's like problem solving and things like, being able to resist impulse control. So you can have people who are really smart. They can solve all these puzzles. They can all this thing, and it still messes up their life, because if you can't plan things out, you're gonna struggle. If you can't resist urges, you're going to struggle. So you can have people who are like really smart, but like lash out in ways that destroy their own lives. So I really like this guy. The only complaint I have is with his hair. His hair is, it is what it is. It's kind of epic, but that said, I don't really get to throw stones. So let's keep going here.
Okay. Do people sometimes short circuit that in common everyday parlance and saying, being able to keep 3 balls in the air at one time?
I don't understand the question. What was the question?
Well, let's suppose you're a juror. Some of the case. You need to come up here in the snow, in the ice. Okay? Yet you have things to worry about at home too. So you kind of juggle all these things. Executive function help you do that?
The ability to think about one thing and put something else out of your mind.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Again, any behavior you engage in, whether it's internal in your thinking or external in how you do what you do, if it improves your performance and your functioning, it falls under that umbrella.
Over your career, okay, roughly what, 1976 to the present?
So the clinic I opened with a neurologist, we opened in 1980.
Okay.
We see about 500 or 600 children and a few hundred adults every year, right through COVID.
So yeah, he does active, he's an active practitioner. He's not just an expert. I'll cover some super chats just before they get sort of too stale here. Maura van der Linden, I have multiple invisible disabilities, and my issue is not that he has disabilities, but is the accident the cause of one or more of them, or an increase? Yep. And the other thing that's going to be a big issue at this trial is whose fault was the accident, right? So could you sue for damages in this circumstance in Canada? Could not happen in our state of New South Wales, Australia. You could, if somebody was negligent. If somebody's crashing into you or something and they're not looking, then yeah, you could potentially sue. In Canada, you'd get far fewer damages, typically. Question, don't they interview witnesses to know how they'll respond to some questions? Yep, you do interview a witness. That's absolutely something that you would do. So this guy I really like him. And you can see sort of various moments here.
So with brain injury, one of the rules of thumb is that symptoms are most present at the time of the injury, and over time, those symptoms will typically remit. Consequence is different. The consequence is whatever the impact of those symptoms might be, and over time, for some people, consequences cause increasing dysfunction and increasing impairment in their lives as those symptoms disrupt their relationships, their ability to work, the quality of their emotional regulation. So again, I think what they were cautioning him is he may still see some consequences over time. We wouldn't expect, again, the majority of people with mild brain injury within a year to a year and a half are better.
Okay. Did you do neuropsychological testing, paper and pencil testing, and interviews? Well, let's just take the paper and pencil testing. Did you do neuropsychological testing on Terry Sanderson?
We did a full battery of neuropsychological tests looking at his abilities. So abilities are defined as those innate differences among us. Some people have better memory, better speed of processing, better attention or organization. I looked at his knowledge. What does he know? And finally, I looked at his skill. And skill is a verb, skillfully doing things, which he was having trouble with. It's not a noun. It's not reading skill. So that's how I frame the assessment. And the tests aren't used to prove or disprove brain injury. They're not capable of doing that. They're designed to look at how he functions relative to people in the general population, or how he might function relative to people with his academic and vocational background. And in particular, in this man's case, because I was seeing him quite some time after the injury, I already had an indication, he'd been tested a number of times before, that his problems were more behavioral, emotional regulation, frontotemporal kinds of problems. I didn't expect them to show up on the neuropsychological testing.
Now, I'm looking at your test evaluation here. It's dozens of pages. Dated May, well, I think it's a date evaluation May 7 and 8.
I mean, this guy is just a beautiful witness. It's just such a, such a pleasure to see him, testifying and talking. And I think he does sort of tremendously well at all that. He just comes off as like super honest,
Name?
super
Sieverts by name? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we want to get done with the doctor today.
Right.
And he wants to, and I'm sure Bob wants to. All we're asking for is equal time. So if he's been going
1 hour
Certainly-
so far.
Did you verify that, or is that just?
I had it written in my notes, 2:45 is when he started.
Okay, I believe you. And
Let's not forget, Your Honor, that
Okay, I believe you.
almost an hour.
No, we're not talking about that, we're talking about
I know,
this.
we wasted an hour and a half.
Don't conflate the two. We can deal with that issue if you'd like, but what I want to do is on a pragmatic level, figure out how to complete this witness.
so let's just hear a commitment, like I'm gonna take 5 more minutes, or I'm gonna take 10 more minutes. But certainly we gotta take over by 4. If we take over by 4, we'll be okay. Is that fair? Sure.
All right, so if you can wrap up by 4 o'clock, Mr. Sykes, we'll be good. We'll get the jury in here as quickly as possible.
I mean, this is one of my most important witnesses, and we're short because of what happened this morning. That's the problem. You know, so I'm trying my best to do it. I really am.
Okay.
You know,
Would you let the other bailiff know that as soon as the jury is ready to bring them in? Thank you.
Now, is this the moment? Oh, there's coughing. Yeah, he's trying, Your Honor. You are not wrong, Rob. The defense lawyer is really...
All right. Let the record reflect
Something
parties
else.
and counsel are present, may be seated. Members of the jury are all here. We're on our last stretch of the day. Mr. Sykes, you may proceed.
Doctor? Excuse me, I'm gonna skip a bunch of this stuff here. And talk about in May of 2020.
I'm just trying to see if I can find the precise moment here. Because the judge has a comment, and I thought it was really interesting. Where is it? Oh, we can look a little bit at cross-examination.
That's correct.
There's a moment that I'm trying to find it. I'm still struggling with all my timestamps here. Can you please at least mention the no coat rule? I mean, I'm all for it, but it's odd to see. Upgrade the AC in that courthouse. Yeah, the judge basically says you don't have to wear your coats because the AC is struggling and it's too warm. So feel free to go without a coat. Take off your coat. And that I thought was really interesting. You know, it's kind of the moment of it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. And nobody does. And this guy can't. You know why this guy can't? Because if he takes off his jacket, we're going to see he's Superman under there. And he just can't do that. So that's why he's still wearing his coat. It's, yeah. That, you know, he's stuck. All right.
Correct.
Okay, so he felt like he was abandoned on the slope, and he kind of obsessed about that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was driving anxiety and some of these other emotional difficulties.
At what point driving it? The day when I see him?
Yeah, at the point you were talking. Yeah, thank you for giving
At
us
the point I see him, it's multiple years after. And what drives it at that point is probably a combination of things, not just his perception that he was skied into, and then the person who skied into him lacked remorse or didn't support him, or I think that was kind of his initial view of it. But over time, his perception of his dysfunction in his everyday life became a much bigger issue. I think if the person who allegedly skied into him apologized, I don't think it would solve his problems today.
Okay, so did you testify previously that from his view, because this person skied into him and didn't have the respect to stop and help him or acknowledge the problem, and as time has gone on, he's become increasingly obsessed with this entire issue?
Correct.
And that psychologically, that's his biggest problem right now. Obviously, that was not this moment in time.
Right now, meaning at the time at the time I saw him. I mean,
Yeah.
chronologically, I'm testifying about the time I saw him.
Right, just a
I
few
have
years
had-
ago.
I have had conversations with him since then, but I haven't testified about those conversations.
Right. I believe you've testified before that he did not report to you that he had felt a sudden decline in cognitive function the weeks before the collision. Is that correct?
Correct.
But there was that record that we've gone over, and you hadn't seen it yet when you evaluated him about this change in being able to do things that he liked to do a few weeks before the collision. Is that right?
Correct. And probably would have been fortuitous had I seen it, because maybe I'd be better prepared to tell you what he would have told me about why he said it.
So now, I think you've also previously testified that this.
I think that the best thing that they got out of this guy, and I'm so glad that they had Clark Kent cross-examining this guy and not Owen. Because if Owen was doing this, I think he would have looked like a complete jackhole. And at the end of it, they just wouldn't get anything. This guy manages to accomplish some stuff here. And one of the things that they get out of it that I think is really interesting is basically the narrative that the doctor is kind of a jerk beforehand, and then he's kind of obsessing about this and fixated on it and becomes an even bigger jerk. That I thought was really kind of interesting, because that's where we start getting into this question of like, why is this guy not in the courtroom? I'm wondering if this guy is going to explode. I am picturing that we may see some real fireworks. Good thing I got the mute button on that one. But I am picturing we may see some real fireworks once we actually get around to seeing the plaintiff testify. And here is my dream situation. And this is my dream situation that isn't like, I'm not saying this out of like, any sort of hope for good things for either the plaintiff or the defense. I'm saying this is for me. This is what would be Christmas for me, is if the plaintiff is as bad and as volatile and as, so forth as I am thinking it might be, thinking that he might be, I want to see Owen cross-examine him. Because, oh my God, that could be just epic. We could see some real fireworks. And we could, I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens, because I don't know what's going on with the plaintiff. I'm just sort of guessing on all of that, but we will see. And I see Lisa H. I don't know if this is accurate, but they made a decision last night after the mess in court yesterday that Clark needs to handle this case. It would not surprise me if they had Clark doing most of the talking. Clark Kent is doing pretty well so far, I feel. So, yeah, I'm feeling the same thing as, as Kate here. I want the drama, not invested in who wins. Yep. I don't really necessarily care about either of these sides, but if I wouldn't mind seeing the absolute. So the one thing Owen is really good at is really pushing people's buttons. And somebody I'm stealing that from somebody in the chat, but he is really good at winding people up. He's really good at making people upset and annoyed. So the lawyer that we see just to the left there, the guy in the white shirt with the gray hair and the glasses, he is fantastic. Now, the thing is that if you are, if you're Paltrow's side, you want Dr. Sanderson to explode. You want him to come off as a complete jerkbag, because you're starting with your client. You're starting with your client not being super sympathetic. She is unpleasant. She's making faces. She's the sort of rich outsider who's cutting lines and whatever else. She's not super likable. And if you can get if you can make the plaintiff even more unlikable, then that's a huge win. So I could absolutely see winding them up. Cheryl C is noting a good point. We skipped the part on direct where the witness says the plaintiff can't tell when he's lying and that he isn't in court because he can't deal with criticism and would want to argue with witnesses. Yeah. I mean, that got a little bit cut off. I'm just trying to see if I can find that. That I think I have the timestamp here. I'm just trying to look. I just have to do some math in my head. So, I think that's actually coming up here.
I sent a letter. I believe it was in
I don't know if that was on
June of
direct or
2020.
if that was on redirect.
And you
I think that's on
recommended
redirect.
counseling for depression and anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And part of
You
it's been
I
Now,
think that's coming up in here.
they talked about this fall, and I think the only place you saw it, 45-minute loss of consciousness, was in Dr. Fong's deposition. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. There are no other reports by Terry to anyone else about that?
Well, I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah.
I only know there are no other reports in whatever materials I've been provided with.
You've read. Okay. Are there any medical records that report it?
Not that I've seen.
Is that an example of confabulation where you think something happened but it didn't?
Could be.
Yeah. And tell the jury briefly what the second, and there's no medical records to support that as far as you know, right?
So they described what confabulation is earlier. Confabulation is basically it's when you're lying, but you don't know that you're lying. Your brain actually doesn't remember something, but it doesn't know that it doesn't know it, and it just fills in the gap. And this is a real problem with people who've got Korsakoff syndrome. Korsakoff syndrome, if you're not familiar with it, is something that you get. It's kind of usually something you get from being an alcoholic. Korsakoff's is noted for basically memory problems, and where you just kind of fill in the gap. It is a tremendously damaging syndrome, because if somebody says, "Hey, what did you do on Friday?" You're like, "Oh, I went skiing." And you didn't go skiing, you went to work. But your brain doesn't remember that. It's just that instead it just fills in something and it just makes something up. So Korsakoff's is real bad in that sense. It's so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about confabulation there. Yeah, kind of like conflate. The con prefix is a good indicator. Yep, absolutely. All right, so let's sort of jump back into it here because, yeah, there we go.
As far as I'm aware, correct.
Tell the jury briefly what the second injury syndrome is in brain injury.
Again, I believe this is beyond the scope.
Yeah, but I was shortened, Your Honor, by quite a bit.
No, I'm asking, I need to have a question. Does this question relate to the 45-minute report of loss of
This chap's hair
consciousness?
is magnificent.
Yes.
Move.
Okay, overruled?
It is.
Go ahead.
So we're talking about a colloquial term. What happens to people who have an injury and then have another injury on top of that injury?
Yes.
Whether it's any part of the body.
Yes.
But here we're talking specifically about an injury to the brain and then a second injury to the brain.
Yes, later.
Yeah, the folklore is that the second injury will be more symptomatic, more impairing, harder to recover from because of the vulnerability created by the first injury. It's very difficult to do that research because it's hard to find people other than athletes who have
Thank you, Chad.
chronic concussions over time. Now we're testing people like that at some point will be able to demonstrate that their cognitive functioning after a second injury is more impaired than a first or a third or a fourth. And again, it's the nature of the injury. If your first injury was very severe and your next one was mild, that would be different than if it was vice versa. We just don't know.
Okay, lastly, do I have you mark exhibits?
Do you want to tell you?
Yeah. Yeah, but do you have a sticker?
Stickers.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
This is where a juror did not look impressed by them snapping at each other. I can't imagine the jurors were. I think I see you.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to propose with the exhibit 43 plaintiff's exhibit, and ask you to identify it before I move to have it admitted. Okay?
So say 43?
43. And this is kind of marked up. I can substitute a clean copy tomorrow. But tell the jury what that is.
Mr. Sykes, something else. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that you back there, Peg Leg Finance?
It's a cut and paste. Does the jury understand cut and paste? I think we all do nowadays. It's a cut and paste table from the computerized printout that's used to score the comprehensive executive functioning inventory, which is the questionnaire that I testified to that I've developed that is standardized on the general population. And I think we've briefly talked about it earlier.
Nice.
And it's, again, it's executive functioning, which we talked about even earlier, which is how you do what you do. So you get a single score, and it's made up of 9 different kind of behaviors that our research demonstrated are the 9 most common kinds of strategies or behaviors people use to function effectively in everyday life.
Okay? And this is your test that you developed and used worldwide.
It is,
And this is the report of it.
correct?
In your report.
Now I'm
that was,
wondering what those strategies are.
circulated to
Maybe I could
everybody
use
that
them.
thinks, right?
It's
Maybe
in
they'd be
it's in the
helpful to
body
me.
of my report. It appears on page 20 of my report. I don't know if my report's been admitted as a. It hasn't. Okay, so this is page 20 from that report. I don't remember how many pages that report is in total.
So, Your Honor, I move to have that admitted as exhibit 43P. I should show you a copy.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
No, Owen, you sit down. You're not helpful. Witness is actually just chill. I see somebody saying the witness is yeah, they said there would be no math. I'm just bad at the time stamping. I got to figure out a good way to do that. That'll be something there. Cabbage dinner can bring on confabulation. Uncivil law is noting strategy number 2. Make sure you are subscribed. Yes. If you don't subscribe, you might end up with the, you're going to hear that cough later on in your dreams. The witness is just so casual. He's just not upset by any of the objections. He's not waiting for an objection. He's just really chill. I really like this witness. Like the button is hiding in plain sight.
Exhibit
Smash it so it
43P.
so it can't hide.
Illustrate and demonstrate your testimony about executive functioning.
Thank you.
I don't understand the question.
Does it, you talked earlier about some of these findings.
Correct?
Does this demonstrate the findings on executive function?
That we discussed on this particular instrument
Yes,
based upon Mr. Sanderson's self-reports,
yes,
comparing those self-reports to a census match sample of
yes,
people his age and educational background?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to admit Exhibit 43 as a demonstrative exhibit.
May I see it?
And again, we would substitute, this one is all marked up by me, but we would give you a clean copy tomorrow.
And are you trying to admit the chart or the?
Just the chart, yeah.
So here it is in a clean copy, Your Honor.
one of the things I want to say I really like about this witness is how he'll say, I don't understand the question. When it's a bad question, he's like, I don't understand. He's forcing the lawyer to come back with a better, forcing the lawyer to come back with a better question rather than leaving him with a bad question. Sometimes that's fantastic. I always tell clients, if you don't understand a question, say you don't understand the question. Ask for it to be rephrased. If you don't hear it, ask for it to be repeated. This guy does that, and it's excellent. So love that.
So the chart itself, not the narrative that's above the chart?
No, that's it. That's part of it. But I would take that out if there's a problem with that. But this is illustrative of his testimony.
Yeah, I think it would be. It's like repeating someone's testimony in an exhibit. So I'll receive Exhibit 43P for demonstrative purposes, which is the part that's on the conditionally that you submit to the court clerk the table portion of it as Exhibit 43P.
And I will strike out the paragraph.
Correct.
All right, do that tomorrow. Thank you.
The word received is different than the word admit. Intentionally, is that accurate?
It's received as a demonstrative exhibit. In that category, it's admitted as a demonstrative exhibit, both.
Okay, so we just object on hearsay grounds.
Okay, thank you.
I have one final question.
Excuse me, and the paragraph that is being excluded
I love
explains
this.
what the scores mean. So I have some concern that someone looking at this will not have any way of understanding it, but may just read this one classification, which isn't a good way of using the table, but I'll respect the court's decision. Paragraph explains what the scores mean.
Are you guys catching this? I'm sure this isn't his first time as expert witness. I'm sure this isn't his
Ruling
40th time.
We can resolve this once the jury's excused.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One final question.
This expert is saying, no, you're excluding the legend for my table. That needs to be in there, or else, people won't understand it. The witness is doing the lawyering because he knows no one else is going to. He is so he's catching that, and it's just excellent. So far the best lawyer in this trial is this witness who's not even a lawyer. Yeah, he's fantastic. So they're going to come back to this when the trial is done, but or when the jury's out of there.
You mentioned 15 to 20%, almost the last question asked by Mr. James over here. What do you mean by that? Is Terry in the 15 to 20% that don't recover?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Egan?
So we're going to skip ahead a little bit here.
Egan? Anything else?
But after he was 10 years old, he functioned fairly well, did he not? Throughout his entire life until the ski accident.
I just object to foundation.
Sustained as to leading.
How did he function?
Did you hear that? I object as to foundation. Sustained as to leading. It's like you made the wrong objection, but he shouldn't answer that question because it's useless. So I quite like this guy, I quite like the expert here.
You know him from age 10 until age 69.
Function vocationally, personally,
All the above.
He functioned like a high.
The thing, and as the last question.
Have the whole thing admitted as demonstrative. A clean copy tomorrow.
There we go. Now we're
Trying to admit the chart.
Your next one was mild. That would be different kind of behaviors. that
We'll
our
just try to get to
research
the end here.
demonstrated are the 9 most common kinds of strategies or behaviors people use to function effectively in everyday life.
Okay? And this is your test that you developed and used worldwide.
An injury.
That is. I should show you a copy.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm just
An
trying.
injury to the brain.
Yes, later.
Yeah, the folklore is an injury.
That is.
Mr. Sykes, can we also see it? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to catch the right
But
moment.
and there's no medical records to support that as far as you know, right?
As far as I'm aware, correct.
Tell the
Hey,
jury briefly what the second injury syndrome is. And brain injury.
Again, I believe this is beyond the scope.
did I not? I'm trying to catch the right moment here.
Illustrate and demonstrate your testimony about executive functioning.
I think this is
I don't understand the question.
Does it, you talked earlier about some of these findings.
Correct?
Does this demonstrate the findings on executive function?
That we discussed on this particular instrument
Yes,
based upon Mr. Sanderson's self-reports,
yes,
comparing those self-reports to a census match sample of
yes,
people his age and educational background?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to admit Exhibit 43 as a demonstrative exhibit.
May I see it?
So many thoughts.
And again, we would substitute. This one is all marked up by me, but we would give you a clean copy tomorrow.
And are you trying to admit the chart or the?
Just the chart, yeah.
So here it is in a clean copy, Your Honor.
All right.
As a
So the chart
He's got
itself,
the clean
not
copy.
I
the
know.
narrative that's above the chart?
No, that's it. That's part of it. But I would take that out if there's a problem with that. But this is illustrative of his testimony.
Yeah, I think it would be, it's like repeating someone's
That's
testimony.
not what a
in an exhibit.
demonstrative is.
And
Oh.
I'll receive Exhibit 43P for demonstrative purposes, which is the part that's on the conditionally
Okay.
that you submit to the court clerk the table portion of it as Exhibit 43P.
Now we
And I will strike out the paragraph.
Correct.
All right, do that tomorrow. Thank you.
The word receive is different than the word admit intentionally. Is that accurate?
Oh no,
It's received as a
you
demonstrative
asshole.
exhibit.
Sorry.
so that we
It's
that's such quibbling.
so no. You have to go to the beginning of when the jury is gone and play from the beginning when the jury
That's what I'm
leaves
trying to find.
that argument.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, when they sit there and argue about it. There you go. Perfect.
For them to be admitted, I just referenced them
All right.
during cross.
So at some point, we need like a long time to just do move to admit, move to admit, move to admit. We don't even need it in front of the
Ready for that,
jury.
Nat, to do that first thing in the morning, or do you want to do it first thing the next day?
First thing the next day.
Well, they ought to look at
don't wanna be-
113.
Rushed again tomorrow, like we were today. We have some witnesses we need to get
I
on.
can do it after hours too. I can do it at 5 o'clock or at lunch.
Yeah, or do it early in the morning.
You just tell me, I do have a couple of things going on this week. Wasn't there an 8:30 hearing on one day? No, this week.
I don't know when.
Okay.
My brain stopped working, but I would like for tomorrow
When did
the
it
witness
start?
lineup, please.
Mr. Sykes, witnesses for tomorrow.
Oh, this is great. This is great. Hang on. This
Yeah,
is good.
just so I'm clear, when I prepare Exhibit 43P tomorrow, can I leave the paragraph in? It's not going to the jury. Take the paragraph out. Okay, all right.
Witness lineup for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm getting there. Okay,
So that
we're going to
paragraph.
start out with Alina Fong video deposition, which we had edited last night and today. It's probably at the office right now.
Has the defense seen the edits and are there objections?
Well, we haven't, Your Honor, but we would obviously like to see it.
We have to see it.
And have there been counter designations?
We would like to make counter designations. I have looked at the transcript to make those, but that was before your ruling. So I would like to now go, given your ruling, and designate what we would like to do for our process.
And do you see all of that happening before 9 o'clock tomorrow?
No.
Depends on when I get it.
Well, yesterday, sometime between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock p.m., Pete Sorensen and Lawrence went through the entire deposition and struck out, I'm just guessing about a third of it or 40%, right?
Yeah, probably roughly about that.
Yeah. Every time that fMRI was mentioned.
Do you have a deposition, a copy of the trial deposition with the markings on it so you can provide it to the other side?
But
to show them what you were going to
they
cut?
can come by our office in an hour and a half or 2 hours.
That's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
That's not a lot. This is trial.
I don't think we ought to kill ourselves to do this tonight. Because
it's fair.
Don't
but
we have
don't
other
say it
witnesses
that way.
that can go tomorrow morning? I mean,
You asked me for my witness list, so I'm giving it to you.
let's hear it.
Alina
Oh,
Fong,
God, I love it.
Shay Harrod, 1 o'clock, 1:30, Richard Bain, that's also video. And then Polly Grasham, who was here today for twice. And at 4 o'clock, we'd like to call Terry Sanderson.
Terry Sanderson at
Let's go
4
for it.
o'clock.
Plaintiff tomorrow, 4 o'clock.
Oh, Mark Harath is not available till Friday. And then Friday, finish Terry Sanderson. And then call Mark, I think it's Harath or Harath anyway. And then we would call Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay.
That's Thursday, Friday.
And I'm not going to I guess if there's not enough time to deal with Fong tonight, because you've got, not only do you have to send them their designations, they need to create their counter designations, and then you need to create the tape from that, right?
We already got the tape.
How about
And
Oh,
we
that's not
struck out. Your Honor, we
You think they're fine, you think that their counter designations will be in there?
yeah.
Okay. And maybe it'll be that simple. Maybe it'll be that
We
simple.
haven't played games with this. No,
I'm not
Let me
saying
finish. We're not trying to
Judge has
slip
doubts.
the back door. You
Yeah.
made your rule, and it's very clear. We disagree with it, by the way, but you made it. You have the black robe. And so we want to live by that honorably. And we took out, I mean, I don't think it's half. It might be half of that position.
Okay.
But it's a ton of stuff.
So maybe-
Anything that mentioned fMRI, we took out.
And if that's the case, it'll probably be smooth for you guys, right?
This is James. So
Yep.
the problem is Bain. What do we do with the objections during Bain? Are you
Yeah, so
worried
Bain-
about this?
So BAME is another video, as they said, and I have not seen what they proposed to present.
Have they given
but,
it to you?
No, we have the video.
Let him
We both have the full video, and
Yeah.
maybe you guys are just assuming you're just planning to present.
There
the
were no
whole-
objections made.
There were a couple objections. What I was going to say is that I have not looked through that. My sense is that it's mostly okay, and it may well be that we just say let's just show the whole thing. But I just haven't had time
Wait
to
till we
go
get
back
to the motion.
to the objections and see if we wanted to raise them with the court. I can do that tonight.
If there's an objection, Judge, we can turn it to silent and move forward, and leave. I mean, it's not going to the jury. It's not like an admitted exhibit.
Right.
And so,
The judge is
we
done.
make ourselves crazy. We worked very hard last night, and I hired a guy who's a film editor, and we gave him the exact.
Please tell me it
places
was
to
on
edit.
Fiverr.
That's your
So,
job.
We really worked hard, put a lot of hours on this and a lot of money. And, you know, we don't want them making counter designations of things that weren't objected to, you know. So if it's not objected to, they should come in.
I'll have to see what happens. It sounds like it's going to work out just fine. So if you can provide it to the other side and they can take a look at it and see if you have
Can you
any
pause for a second?
objections and if there are any counter designations that aren't included.
How much does this make you appreciate the efficiency that was the judicial system in Fairfax County?
Oh my God, Judge A, she would have just
Like-
drop kicked one of them into space by now.
Like every Friday, we're going to go through these designations. Get your stuff ready because that's going to be our Friday. We're going to go through them. We'll have them ready for the next week. It
Yeah.
was like, that's how that's supposed to go. It's not like 6 p.m. Yeah, swing by our office at some point, pick up the video, then have it edited before 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's not how that works.
Yeah, and she was not putting up with this, like, this kind of snippy bullshit. She would not deal with at all. This guy's just kind of like, okay, we're gonna rein you in, but
Perfect observation. Perfect.
I feel like Owen is totally making me miss Elaine, and I didn't think that would ever happen.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better. Have you seen the very end?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. This is good.
I mean, we're real close. So, oh, and I see I've got some gifted memberships I got to handle. One that's secret, so I don't know if I should mention that one. But Ryanman YYC, thank you for 10 memberships. Leanne G, thank you for 20 memberships. Maybe we should cover the super chats here. Baby Gator is saying show 8 minutes and 30 seconds or 8 hours and 30 seconds for about 2 minutes. I will bring that up in a bit. You can't blame Gwyneth for living it up and having fun at a ski resort. They're hilarious. Hilarious.
Oh, I wasn't ready. You read it twice. I wasn't ready. I was starring other stuff. That's bad.
I was
So
like,
bad.
I'm watching the processing. Laura Blair, glad you're covering this, Runkle of the Bailey. I didn't think I was going to. I thought this was like, I'm going to put on something stupid while I do work.
It's too good.
And then I was like, oh my God, I have to, what do you call it? Oh my God, I have to cover this because those openings, like those openings.
Ian, that short that you played, that
Yeah.
short you played, can we pull that back up? Because that was 10 and a half minutes that I had to trim down to find a way to fit that in the 60 seconds, because that's how crazy the opening statements were. I could not believe what was actually happening.
Yeah, it was
ridiculous. 10 and a half minutes trimmed down to 60 seconds.
Let me see if I can pull that up here. I got to put that away. Yeah. There we go.
The interruptions to a minimum, would we?
The objections have been valid, some of them.
We believe it to be utter BS.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
We believe it to be. It's fair, isn't it?
Sustained.
I don't know if they're going to assert like there's some massive cover-up or what.
Objection. Argument.
Sustained.
You'll see there are a lot of ridiculous things, I think, about it.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Sustained.
If you find no negligence by Ms. Paltrow, then you can disregard all that.
Your Honor, I object.
Sustained.
We need your help. The community,
Objection, Your Honor. This is argument again.
Sustained.
after this is over, this will be a good thing, win or lose, I think.
Objection, Your Honor. That's argument.
Sustained.
We are defending a false allegation, and we need your help. And thank you so
This
much
is
for
argument.
doing it. I'm done, and
Overruled just a little latitude there.
that's about 10 overruled objections during my closing, which I think is inappropriate, Your Honor. Yeah,
And that was about 3 hours of discussion that Ian and I had on his channel last night. So please go check out the full live video of that recap, because oh my God.
Oh my God, what was with that whole thing, right? God.
We have to get to the end of this. Yeah.
I have seen first year law students
Yes.
do better openings than that.
Yes.
Like straight up.
Factual.
Then we'll deal with it as if we need to.
Okay. And we'll be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow, right?
So it sounds clear Ms. Paltrow is not being called to the stand tomorrow. Is that accurate?
We'll be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow, starting with Fong.
Let's talk about time here for just a minute. Because the Fong deposition hasn't been, if it's solidified and you're fine with it, then please email the clerk and say we're fine until 9. If you're not fine with it, then we need to come back maybe at 8:30 and resolve and iron out any issues.
I want
that
this
may
judge.
exist.
I want this
Paltrow is
judge.
not being called tomorrow to the stand. Is that true?
She's not on the list, so she doesn't have to be here.
And the plan is for plaintiff to rest on Friday. Is that true?
Is that what you hope to do, Mr. Sykes?
Yeah, I hope there's no more examples like today where we get thrown a curveball at 9 o'clock in the morning and chew up an hour and a half of our time. So assuming that doesn't happen, yeah. I mean,
Well, the final ruling is like 2 days old, so we're all working it out
Yeah, so-
together.
so
Here's
we
my issue.
plan on being done Friday, Judge.
At the end of the day, basically?
Yeah, hopefully before that.
I think 90% of the chat could
The
do
reason I
better.
asked
And
is we have
they've been
7
drinking.
witnesses planned for Monday morning.
Okay,
So, thanks.
good. And then, and they'll be stacked up and ready to testify on Monday morning.
That's our goal, yes.
All right. Anything else for today then?
Yeah, we have to get
No,
that list.
there is one, I mean, we don't have to talk about this now. We did file a couple of days ago, a motion regarding their ski expert,
All bagger.
Wagner, yeah, however you pronounce it.
Bag.
So
Bag,
I
bog,
haven't
bag.
seen a response. I didn't figure that there would be one probably till the weekend, but
Do you know what she's talking about?
And what is it?
We have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my
Oh.
God, pause. Oh my
you may
God.
want to look.
To exclude the expert?
No.
Not completely, but
Okay,
most of
some
his,
part of
most
his
of his
testimony.
testimony,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Clarification on
So-
that. It was filed last week.
Okay. And so how much time would you like to respond to that in writing?
We don't even know what they're talking about, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know
Well,
damn well you know what you're talking about. Like
Well,
you
how-
do
how
not
long
miss
is it?
these
It's
things.
late. Why are we?
15 pages, 10 pages?
Not even 10 pages.
So if it's a normal 10-page motion, how much time would you normally think that you might need between now and next week?
So let me
We-
just
we
state,
have a-
like,
we have
why
a
are we
copy.
doing this instead
You
of
know
45
damn
days
well
before
that you
trial?
saw that
There's a
motion.
motion for clarification regarding that expert. We have a hard copy as well, but my office filed it last week. So we
Do
can
you
give
have
them a copy
to
right now.
hand to us?
Yes,
Let's
that's why
see
I
it.
wanted to raise it.
And Mr. Owens, I'm not trying to,
This is a joke.
I'm not trying
This
to be
is
obtuse here,
a
but I need
joke.
to see
This
the
is
motion and I need to see
theatrics.
your response. Maybe you're fine with it. I don't know.
Well,
Motion, it's entitled Counterclaim Defendants, Motion for Clarification of Prior Order.
Bullshit.
Okay.
You've seen that before. You've read it
It's
before. You know what the motion said.
17 pages long.
Apologize.
Yeah, you didn't. You
So why
didn't
don't we-
count.
And
You knew it.
it's, we
What-
don't like these motions, Your Honor, filed in the middle of trial.
I understand, but this is trial.
but
And
it
once
was
you-
filed a
once you
week ago.
Throw
She
your
just said
anchor
that.
from the shore and you're out in the ocean, things happen.
Can we just
That one right there.
at
The
least
judge.
learn
I love the
why
judge's
this
comment.
wasn't filed when the motion deadline was in place?
Why don't you have that conversation privately and then you can respond in writing if you still have a problem with it. And if you want to file a written response, why don't you do it by noon on Sunday?
He's just like, I'm tired of this. Here's your deadline.
He had 17 out of his mouth before he flipped halfway through the motion.
Yeah.
Anything else from the lawyers?
No.
Okay,
No,
so
thank you.
so again, we'll plan on being here at 9 a.m. tomorrow unless there are issues to iron out about Fong's deposition, then we'll be here at 8:30.
And that's not shade. I've seen lawyers do that all the time. That
Did
was
you
just
send
blowing me out
the
of the job.
video? Okay. And the marked up transcript. Perfect. And if there are things that I need to rule on at 8:30 in the morning, could someone email to the clerk that deposition transcript so I can have it in front of me when we're ruling on those?
One sentence for the record, I apologize.
I'm actually kind of
Yeah.
impressed with how unlikable he can manage to be.
What, dude?
Thank you.
If I had not seen that move played 10 million times, yeah, it played pretty well.
I spent my hour at lunch on this. The AP requested a new location for its camera. And
It's not a new location. The existing order to the AP reporter is that they could have a
99%
camera,
of the
two
motions
cameras,
don't
one at
take
each location where the other cameras were.
only directed at the lectern.
Correct.
That is the important part.
It's only directed at the lectern. If it's directed anywhere else, it'll be removed.
Thank you.
Counsel,
Thank you all.
right.
Sorry, I know there's a lot of stress in the room sometimes, but
You are the stress in the room.
we appreciate you, Judge, and your staff here to make this all happen.
All right. Well, I appreciate your hard work too, everybody. Thank you.
Oh my God.
That ending, that every day when Court TV and when everyone else cuts off, I hold on because I know Owens has something to say.
Yep. And dude with the cough, get
just
medical attention.
Or just realize where the mics are. Here's the thing. Let me do a good example. Oh, there we go. That was great. That was a wonderful cough. Mm-hmm.
Yep,
it's not hard.
I don't get it at all. So somebody wanted to see at
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
Or 8 hours and 30 seconds.
8 hours, 30 seconds.
So I've only got so much ability to find things because it's an 8-hour video. So like 1 pixel.
Brenda, I could only do that in the short. Oh no, that's the, hang on. Where was it? The clowns in the background.
Yes, lots of people do.
They do. And it was this one. Because I can only do that in the short. I can't do that during the whole trial.
Dr. Goldstein, does Exhibit 43P illustrate and demonstrate your testimony about executive functioning?
Furball.
I don't understand the question.
Does it, you talked earlier about some of these findings.
Correct?
Does this demonstrate the findings on executive function?
That we discussed on this particular instrument?
Yes.
Based upon Mr. Sanderson's self-reports?
Yes.
Comparing those self-reports to a census match sample
Yes.
of people his age and educational background?
Yes.
Yes.
Give this man his money.
Your Honor, we would move to admit.
Notice how the witness he starts examining
all the questions.
He's like, okay, let's actually walk you through this because I know you can't. Oh man.
Yep. You mean, would you like me to lay foundation for a demonstrative exhibit? Does this accurately display what I testified to earlier? Is this an accurate reflection of the testimony that I gave, depicted in a different format than the testimony I just previously recited? Yes, it is. It was epic. This guy is, I need this witness on all of my high conflict trials.
I just want to invite this witness for an interview just to geek out about brain forensics and so forth. And yeah, I like this witness a lot.
And Jenny, wait, sorry. Go ahead.
We got Joe Loy saying night all. I'll put that away and
no, it was this one. This witness has probably testified, I don't know how many hundreds of times.
Yeah.
He probably knows the evidentiary rules better than the lawyer asking the question, which is demonstrated by the fact that he's answering by laying the foundation. That's what it was. And the funny thing was, no, there was no leading. None. That was exactly
the witness is leading the lawyer.
There could have been objection non-responsive.
Yep.
But
the witness is leading the lawyer. It was wonderful. Yeah, I quite like this guy. There's the other moment, and I didn't get a timestamp for it, but this guy is trying to get a piece of information out of him, and it's a piece of information that the witness doesn't agree with. So he's like, "Isn't it the case that this?" And he's like, "No."
Oh, that was towards the end of Cross. It was the end of Cross, and I said, "This guy is he literally is infallible. Like you can't cross him up."
It wasn't in Cross; it was in Direct. It was it was the lawyers that hired him that was trying to get a particular point, and he was just like, "No, that's not right." And I was like, I love this expert witness because it's clear at that point that he's not just a mercenary. It was very clear what the lawyers wanted him to say. And he was like, nope, I'm here to say what I actually agree with and not what you want me to say.
And even during cross-examination, they tried to get him on a question, and they were referring back to his depot.
They
And
tried
the
to get
guy,
him 2 times.
they got him. They tried to give him a lot, and the guy was. I have never seen a witness essentially acknowledge that they forgot something from their deposition and come across so earnestly. He literally said, "Oh no, wait. Towards the end of my deposition, yes, I do remember that. And yeah, let me clarify that question real quick." It was phenomenal. I don't know if I've ever seen a witness do that.
I've got somebody in the chat saying we've got a timestamp here. So let's.
Optometry clinics. And he's in the 16th percentile.
Right, low average.
For executive function.
Low average, again, based upon his self-reports compared to a normative sample.
And I want to ask you, we're going to have Terry in here day after tomorrow. You're going to testify.
It was.
I'd like you to talk to the jury about what, and this is I'm going to end with this, the kind of things we might expect to see. And I'm just going to ask you about some of these things. I'll ask you to define some for the jury because they won't know what it means, okay? Some of them won't. And then tell me if we're going to see that with Terry's testimony and why. Perseveration. First of all, what is perseveration?
So I don't mean to be unresponsive, but you use the word see. What you will see is a good-looking gentleman of 76 years of age. He will be dressed appropriately. His hygiene will be good. He will present himself as very normal. He clearly, from some of the things he will say, it'll reflect an intelligent person. That's what you will see. What you will hear is a challenge in a variety of ways in his ability to stay on task, to answer the questions, not because he's evasive, but because he's obsessive in his thinking. To come to your question, perseveration means you go over something again and again and again, and Terry will tell you that. I just feel like I have to tell you again, even though you tell him, I got it, you've already told me 3 times. It's not enough for him.
Inappropriate repetition.
Correct. Inappropriate repetition. Inability to take the perspective of the other person and appreciate, they already got this, I can move on.
I'm feeling a little bit attacked.
Yes.
Just a bit.
Overly talking.
I think we're the time we're supposed to take over.
All right.
What an
Let
asshole.
you finish this
I'm sorry.
question. Go ahead.
That's all I'm doing. How about overly talking?
Yes.
Okay. How about irrelevant?
Irrelevant in the sense that you'll ask him a question, his answer will be unresponsive. His answer will be about something tangential to whatever the question is.
It didn't throw him at all.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Indirect, meaning he has to go to China to get across the street.
Yeah.
He may do that. Yes.
Is that a frontal lobe problem?
Yes.
Are all these frontal lobe problems?
Yes.
What about digression? What is digression, and are they likely to see that?
The colloquial is I digress, meaning we're discussing a particular topic and suddenly I'm talking about something else.
Confabulation. First of all, define for the jury confabulation. And are we likely to see that?
Well, some people call that honest lying,
Okay.
meaning you're not telling the truth, but you really believe you are.
Are we
And
likely to see that with Terry?
you could very well see that with Terry, yes.
Is that a frontal lobe problem?
It's a frontal lobe problem.
Combativeness.
I'm afraid we're just going to keep going, but
Yeah. And we'll get equal time.
Combativeness.
I don't know in this environment he'll be openly combative. I think he has enough self-regulation that he'll respect the order of the court and the judge. I don't think he'll argue with you or be inappropriate in his behavior. I think what the jury will see is what appears to be a very normal man.
Lack of insight.
Yes,
Is that a frontal lobe problem?
yes,
Okay, and that means, in respect to Terry, an ability to see what other people are seeing?
I think in the end, his inability to take the perspective of others, we sometimes call that theory of mind, to understand what someone is thinking or what they're feeling. He has a difficult time doing that. He can do it for brief periods, and then he forgets it, and he goes right back to where he was.
How about missing the central point?
It depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about eyes, given his vocational history, he very well understands the central point in visual issues. If we're talking about the reasons for his challenges in his behavior, he doesn't get it.
Okay. And I don't know if I ever got this out. Is neuropsychological counseling important? This is my last question. Is neuropsychological counseling important for Terry? Will he benefit from that?
Yes.
Okay. And just how will he benefit from that? What's the benefit going to look like?
Someone to talk to that he believes understands him, and hopefully along the way helps him come up with some solutions to be happier and live a little more functionally.
Thank you for coming, Dr. Stolz.
And this is why schema therapy is the only thing you can use to treat personality
Mr.
disorder,
Egan.
and why it's difficult to get people to do it.
A lot of those were way too close to home.
So close to home.
And some of them I'm like, I don't think I do that. Oh God, do I do that? He got me on he got me on 6 or 7 of the others. Do I do the other ones too?
Yep. Yep.
But the other thing is that he's really prepping the jury for this guy's going to come in. He's going to tell lies. He's going to meander. He's going to be a terrible witness. And you should believe him anyway, because it's all his brain damage. So yeah, I mean, this isn't torpedo. Like, I see somebody saying, that this is torpedoing his client's credibility. It's the opposite. He's trying to bolster
building it.
He's trying to say, listen, it's going to look like he's got no credibility, but really it's the opposite of that.
And he did a great job. This witness was, you could not. And I made a comment earlier about going after him. And that's a turn of phrase that we use as lawyers. Going after him or taking him down or taking him apart. You have to. That's the lawyer's job in cross-examination.
Yep.
Now, Clark Kent, I love this guy. He has a great demeanor. This is how I cross witnesses. I love how he crossed this witness. But this is one where you can't do damage. He's too good. He's too good.
The thing is you can cross. I always say that what I like to do is start out gentle, and you can go hot later.
Yep.
Right. And because there is a time and a place for the like disrespectful, snarky jerk cross, but you have to earn it with the judge or jury first. Like, you have to get the judge or jury there unless you've got somebody who's so awful, like that you can come in hot, but that's rare. But I like the way he comes in. He comes in gentle, and it would not look good to come at this witness. Like Owen, his style would just be horrible. Oh God. You would just make this guy look so much better if you come at him. But this guy,
people in the chat, people in the chat made the comment earlier, and this is, I think you picked up on it. You picked up, I think you pulled up a chat earlier that they both forgot where a part of the transcript was. Neither of them forgot. They both played it that well. They both just magnificently handled that situation where the attorney tried to get him or tried to cross him and get him caught up on something he might have forgotten in the transcript. And the doctor said, oh, well, hang on. No, wait, going to this page. Yeah, I might have forgotten that part. And the attorney then didn't want to look like an asshole and said, I forgot too. It was beautifully conducted.
Yeah.
And you couldn't catch it.
I thought that they were both really good, right? That both Clark Kent did a really good job of. He came in. He was trying to put a mark on this guy. He couldn't, unfortunately. But I don't know that anyone else there could have. This witness was really good at avoiding traps. Like, you can see where he sees something coming. But yeah, I
agree with this comment with peg leg, and
Yeah.
I think Ian does too.
Yeah,
Previous witness was a little more evasive, and Clark Kent came in and did a great job with that.
yeah, he was able to actually do some damage to that other witness. And in both cases, he did it without looking like a jerk, which is good because Owen doesn't seem to be able to order a coffee without looking like a jerk. I can guarantee you that Owen gets more spit at Starbucks than he does coffee.
Can I also applaud your freeze frame skill? Because look at Gwyneth Paltrow right there.
She looks pretty just studious.
She's waiting to get out of that courtroom. Like she's.
Oh yeah, she wants to be out of there. She doesn't want to be in here today. The only reason she's in here today is because what's his guy said we might call her if we got time.
Well, I didn't tell you this. Like Spidey was texting me today, and he's asking me, can we take a look at this trial? I said the judge has ordered that the camera not point at her. And he goes, but is there something to look at? And I was like, there's some stuff.
I mean, not a whole lot.
But it's every time the camera pans to her, it's something else.
I mean, she just really hates being here. And I mean, I saw the theory that her insurance company is making her do this, and it may well be. Like, it might be that it might be she doesn't care about 300 grand. Like 3 million she'd care about, but 300 grand she might be like, you know what? I've spent that on a jade egg before, and I just don't care. He can have it in jade eggs or cash. Which would he prefer?
No, I think you screwed that up. I think it's the insurance company cares a hell of a lot about 3 million.
Yeah, but it's already cut down to 3K or 300K, hasn't it?
Okay. And the insurance company is probably like, I will give 100K of that if you give 200K, or they'll split the difference. And she's like, nah. This is going to come down to who is more hateable on the stand. And
it really is.
I really don't know. I have zero clue. I know the plaintiff has left the room like multiple times. I know he's an a-hole, and I'm ready for all of this. But I don't know who's going to be more hateable.
It really seems like there is a there's a real possibility that could be either.
And are you do you have a single doubt in your mind that she learned and her attorneys learned from the Amber Heard situation? The order directing cameras to not shoot her or not point at her.
Oh, they learned from that.
That is 1000% from that trial.
Yeah. And I mean, they know how unpleasant she's going to look. And I mean, they catch her panning by, and sometimes her face is like this, like, and I'm going, how do you not talk to your client and say, like, look, the jury's looking at you. Can you stop with the face? Like, does that have an off switch?
Mm-hmm.
So,
can I pull up? I want to pull up before we finish. I want to pull up one.
Oh, absolutely! I got a few chats.
I thought was the best troll I've ever seen. And not really a troll. It was just a really, really, really epic remark.
Fire
it
up.
I don't know why I'm asking you, because I can pull it up. Period. So, Kathy Russin, who's a producer for Law and Crime, to clarify, Judge ordered the camera can only focus on who's speaking into a microphone, explaining cameras were allowed in to show the trial proceedings. So we'll only show Gwyneth Paltrow when her attorney speaks from the table. However, she'll eventually take the stand. The level of underhanded shade in this tweet, I thought was so not appreciated. It did not get the traction I thought it should.
If I was Owen, and keeping in mind when I say if I was Owen, I mean if I was Owen and had Owen's personality, which is hard to envision because he's got something of a personality. I would be bringing this tweet in and being like, you see how they said that they're going to show her when I talk from the table. They are intentionally flaunting your order.
Yes, you damn well right they are, because holy shit. Like this was literally like as the order was entered, and when Owen was saying this, I remember watching this morning and going, dude, you're standing next to your client. Like you have the camera right on you. And Kathy Russin, God bless this woman, because law and crime, I might have my disagreements with, but this is fantastic shade. Like, hey, judge said we can only capture you when you're at counsel's table. We're going to go ahead and do that now while you argue that we shouldn't be taking pictures of you.
Except the thing is that they said that there should only really be capturing the person who's talking, and they're intentionally framing it on person who isn't talking, right? They're doing that as much as they can. They're pushing the envelope here, and
I'm for it.
It's a dangerous game.
I'm for it, because here's the thing. The judge made it clear. The judge made it clear and explicitly said, at counsel's table, when you're arguing from counsel's table, the camera will be pointed at counsel's table. You don't have to have your client at the table. You really don't.
He said it'll be pointed at whoever is speaking and shouldn't include anyone else.
Nope. He said that in a clarification later, but the original order and the order as read, which the judge can make a revised ruling and put it into writing if he so chooses, but the written order is basically where the microphones are, the camera's allowed to be.
I would say that his clarification orally seems to be an order.
Disagree.
It sounds like it's an order to me, the way he says it. So
I think that this tweet was a to Gwyneth Paltrow's legal team. Okay, we can play.
I think that this is risking the judge issuing an explicit order, and quite possibly they could issue an explicit order like barring law and crime, because
they can't do that. No, in American I'm going to be very firm with you on this one. American jurisprudence, they can't.
They can bar them from filming.
Not without a violation of the previous order.
Or they could say, I mean, he can amend the previous order, right?
He can, but not retroactively. You cannot punish someone retroactively for violating something they did not know and could not know via writing. The court speaks through its written orders, and that is expressed.
The court can also speak through oral orders, though.
They can speak through rulings from the bench, but
the court.
And I'm not saying generally speaking.
The court doesn't have to punish them. The court can just say, "Listen, you are now limited to the following angles. We're going to pin your cameras in place. You don't get to move them."
Well, he did that at lunch.
They haven't been pinned down yet. They're still able to move them around and so forth. I
also don't think the judge has much to stand on here, to be honest. I'm being honest. I'm being honest here. Like, I think the judge is skirting a fine line with the First Amendment issues here in the US. Because no, he's already kind of crossed it. I think that if this were not a consent decorum order, the judge could not enter it. I'm telling you that.
And the judge not just say, "Hey, I'm not allowing cameras anymore."
Nope. The judge can't in the US. The judge cannot do that.
There's lots of court proceedings that aren't filmed, though.
Lori, the Valo Daybell is probably one of the most egregious that I've seen. And that's the exception. But
So,
no,
I mean, if they
the
can have
judge,
court proceedings that are not filmed, why can't he just say this one's not going to be filmed anymore?
you don't have a right to do that in the US.
But we have proceedings that are not filmed.
When there's an existential need to do that.
Sure, and he can say, "Hey, nobody's following the."
Nope, that's not existential need.
It's clear as well.
Risk to a minor. Risk to a minor. Risk to the general public. What are the other factors? I forget what the factors are, but essentially, the people that are asking if I'm right about this one, I'm telling you right now, the judge is nope, and it's not law and crime, it's not court TV, it's the public is the question. That's
sure,
the question.
Public is allowed to access the courtroom,
and with that comes cameras for a lot of this. For a lot of this. The Johnny Depp trial, the question would not have been asked if there were not allegations of SA involved. It would have been automatically granted because the judge does not have grounds to deny it. If the press wants in, the press gets in. That is the U.S. jurisprudence system. You guys, I love that you guys are. I love that you're doing this. This is great. I love this. SCOTUS is different. They set their own rules. The Supreme Court and the U.S. District Court set their own rules. We have been fighting that for decades. The
McVeigh trial didn't have cameras.
Threat to the public.
Scott Peterson trial didn't have cameras.
What was Scott Peterson again?
Wife Lacey Peterson. No children involved.
Murder of an unborn son.
The First Amendment Encyclopedia, which I don't know, but it's run from a law school, it looks like. They note that the First Amendment has not guaranteed cameras in courtrooms.
It's not guaranteed, Ian, but it's not a fight this judge is going to win.
It looks like the precedent says that there isn't a right to put a camera in. There's a right to put a reporter in.
Where is Kurt? I need Kurt. Where's my First Amendment help? I need my First Amendment help. This is con law, and I'm not con law.
Yeah, what I'm seeing, and I mean, I'm not an expert by any stretch, but what I'm seeing says that they can deny it. And I mean, like the dumpster defenders, no cameras were allowed.
This is a contentious issue. It is a contentious issue. It's been fought. And what's funny is I pulled up a new article. The Lindbergh baby was one that spurned a lot of the bans in the beginning. Interesting. Huh, we covered that trial. That's great. So Timothy McVeigh, Susan Smith, Richard Allen Davis, Scott Peterson. So murder of the wife, murder of polyclass, murder of the children, bombing federal building. Not in a civil dispute over a skiing trial. So I'm sorry. Civil dispute, skiing trial? No effing way. That is a big distinction. Civil dispute, ski trial, no way.
Which authority are you citing? Because if they can ban it out,
Ian, First Amendment period, Sixth Amendment period, public trial, press, public trial, Sixth Amendment, First Amendment. The authority you have to cite authority to contravene that. That's the thing. The burden is on the person trying to get them out, not put them in. They're in unless you get them out.
That's not what I'm seeing is the thing. I'm seeing that the courts have held that it's not a First Amendment right to put a camera in a courtroom. That you've got a right to have a reporter there, but not a camera.
It's not absolute. Right to press includes right to commentary, right to tweeting, right to publication, which includes cameras in some instances. Yes, you guys are saying I'm wrong. Let's have the fight. Come on.
I mean, it was a pilot program fairly recently. So I don't.
Oh, I'll have this fight in court any day. Give me the justification for not putting Gwyneth Paltrow on camera. Tell me why.
I mean, what's the thing is the court, the judge has the ability to control the court.
Tell me, Sixth Amendment right to public trial. Tell me why. Tell me why I can't, and why the public cannot see.
It's not a public trial issue. Just if you're not filming it.
Why is it not a public trial issue? Public includes filming and broadcast and live tweeting. Virginia Supreme Court just ruled a case that said I could live stream traffic stops. I can live stream anything. I can live stream court proceedings. If I'm the defendant,
a traffic stop, but that's a different scenario.
If I'm allowed to have a public trial, why can the court constrain what the public is and who the public is?
Yeah, I mean, it's different than. So I'm just trying to pull up the Utah rules of civil procedure or of.
I get Virginia's not Utah. This is not a Utah or Virginia issue. This is actually a U.S. constitutional issue. It's a U.S. constitutional issue.
Yeah, just often they have rules that say things like you can't film without court permission in general.
I know that. You ask permission. They're allowed to set guidelines. They're allowed to set parameters. They're not allowed
to. You have to ask permission, and it's an exclusionary rule without permission.
Parameters. They're allowed to
deny permission.
Parameters. They're allowed to set parameters. They're not allowed to deny.
Why aren't? I mean, where do we say that they're not allowed to deny? Because the problem is we've had other cases that we've mentioned where they have denied.
Where they face a burden going into the request to deny. That's the difference. It's a burden shifting. The burden is on the party seeking to deny, not the party seeking to publish.
That's not how the law appears to be written, though. Like, if you are saying that, because I'm just pulling up the Utah rules of court right now. They say photographs and recordings. Photographing, recording, or rebroadcasting of court proceedings is prohibited. Advertising or posting of audio, video, or other forms of recording or transcripts of court proceedings made in violation of this rule on any internet, website, blog, or other means of transmitting the information via electronic means is prohibited. Violation of these prohibitions may result in sanctions, including removal of court-issued media credentials, restricted access to future hearings, denial of access to future hearings, confiscation of a device, or any other sanction the court deems necessary and appropriate.
Okay.
Exceptions. The court may permit the broadcasting, televising, recording, or photographing of investigative, ceremonial, naturalization, or other proceedings. The court may also permit the use of. I mean,
Ian, I understand that. I understand you're reading a good. The policy is great. Policy is great. I love policy. Policy is wonderful. It's great. It's not law. And judges think they have the right of a lot of things, and courts think they have the right of a lot of things. They are wrong more often than not. And when it comes to public access to the courts, this is not something I am willing to waver on this particular issue.
Well, this sounds like it's your philosophy as opposed to things that have been held up in court, right?
Well, held up in court also includes a lot of things that are granted access that are over objection. Johnny Depp trial. There's one.
Sure, but that's the court's call, right? The court gets to make the decision, but that doesn't mean that
which they are then held to scrutiny at a higher level.
that doesn't mean that the court can't allow it.
That's what I mean. This court can make that call. This court can decide. This court can say, law and crime, you're out of the courtroom. And they will seek an injunction from a federal court, and they'll get that injunction pretty fucking quick.
The federal courts that allow how many cameras?
It's not they are barred by the Supreme Court. They're not subject to that process. And trust me,
subject to the Sixth Amendment?
Trust me. No, trust me. I wish that were not the case, because the district court judges are fucking kings on their own little thrones, and they love it. They love it, love it, love it. Every one of them. But no, the Supreme Court and federal courts are subject to their own rules. It's unique. It's a different system.
But if you're saying that it's subject to the Sixth Amendment, I'm not following.
Thank you, Island. Wonderful. Thank you for the super chat.
I'm trying to send uncivil a message saying we need you.
He'll come in here mad. Utah Judicial Code, Administrative Code Judicial Conduct, as amended through March 13, 2023, says they're allowed unless there's a specific reason or a fair trial or safety.
And I don't see that they couldn't say that it's a fair trial issue or a safety issue.
How? Give me any grounds for that.
Jury trial.
Come on. You're going to put that?
It's
You're going to argue
trial?
Ian, you know a losing argument when you see one. I know you better than that.
The thing is, once you've already got we've said that we're going to allow them in these parameters. Once you've got that, I don't see that there's any problem with the judge saying, to enforce those parameters, we're putting further limits on. And those further limits could start with, you don't get to choose a camera angle at all, because right now they still do, right? They still get to zoom and pan, and they're doing all that stuff. Similarly, the judge could say, we said you can't film them. You keep filming them. Now you don't get to film at all.
Give me a reason why the plaintiff and the defendant should not be filmed in a civil suit.
I mean, the purpose of filming them is largely...
Just one. Give me one. Give me one good reason why.
I mean, I'm generally pro-filming, but given that there's a court agreement, if you're saying that this is in violation of a court order...
That's a concession. You said agreement.
It isn't, though.
You said agreement.
Sure, but it's now an order. And now that it's an order, the judge...
How are you going to modify it without agreement?
Easy. The judge can just say, I'm holding court TV in contempt of my order.
A judge can hold me in contempt for doing anything. It doesn't mean the contempt is a righteous contempt.
No, but it does mean you don't fuck around to find out, which
That's
is what
true.
I'm saying court TV is doing here.
But we've made a lot of pretty decent law. You would have to admit, there's a lot of decent law made by fuck around and find out.
For sure, but it's still, it's still not a great move. So, I don't know why the judge made the order not to film the parties in the first place, right? I wasn't privy to that argument.
Yes,
but
we disagree on whether verbal orders count. And to be honest, to be fair, Doc, and here's where I come on this one. This is where I come on down on this one. In Virginia, and in the federal court system, unless that admonishment or ruling is reduced to writing, it does not have the effect that can hold me in contempt. I cannot be bound by that order until it is reduced to writing. And that is law in Virginia.
Even if the judge tells you,
system.
for instance, counsel, you will not do this again, They have to write it down first?
Yes, actually they do. A judge got overturned this year for actually holding an attorney in contempt and putting them behind bars without writing it down in order. It was pretty good.
So I guess the judge would have to like scribble it down on a napkin first and hand it to them.
They would actually have to write a written order that would restrict them from doing what they're doing before the attorney could be held in contempt. That was what the ruling was that the attorney is not on notice, not on formal notice with regard to possible contempt until the order is reduced to writing, in which case the attorney is on formal notice, and then they can be held in contempt.
But specifically in this case, we have a formal order in writing saying,
it's vague. Apparently that's vague. Apparently that's
vague.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. Apparently it's vague.
So I don't know. I mean, we see any written order denying a request for electronic media coverage shall be made part of the case record. There is an order. He clarified the order today. And I guess the question is whether the clarification is part of the order. And I would say usually it would be. Yes, we could pull up the order. I don't want to go to Pacer.
No, and this is great. I like this one. Argument goals. Yeah. Ian and I agree about a hell of a lot, but we can still disagree emphatically and still be best friends. Like this is
how lawyers are, right?
About
and that's the thing is this is a fun disagreement. This isn't like, hey, whatever else. So folks, if you're worried that like, no, this is just us playing with the idea, right?
Oh yeah. This is fun.
I don't know why. I don't know. I think it's
people think that when we dig our heels in, that's the end of the discussion, and it's not. It's really not. When I say I dig my heels in, it means I am pretty firm in this position, and you need to have something to change my mind that's not going to be just argument. And Ian dug his heels in. I dug my heels in. Oh my God, we have a dispute settler.
Well, good.
We're talking about whether or not the court in. So can we bring up that thing again?
I'm nervous now. Okay, yes, I will bring it up. Give me 1 second.
So I'm now the third judge of this 3-judge panel. Is that what's happening now?
That's pretty much it. Yeah, and also you're the judge who's got a lot more U.S. constitutional acumen than either of us, especially me. So,
all right. So, Kathy Russin. So the judge gets, Paltrow's attorney gets pissed that cameras are pointed at her. They have a consent order. The consent order is a decorum consent order that says that the cameras are pointed at whoever is speaking on the microphone, no extraneous camera use, etc. Yada, yada. Kathy Russin posts this, which I think is phenomenal. It says, to clarify, the judge ordered the camera can only focus on who is speaking on the microphone, explaining cameras are allowed in to show the trial proceedings, so we'll only allow Gwyneth Paltrow when her attorney speaks from the table. However, she'll eventually take the stand, and then post the picture beneath it, like kind of like I said this was remarkable shade that was not really detected by a lot of people. Like, I love this. Kathy Russin, Law and Crime. You know what? I have disagreements with you. Kathy Russin, awesome shade. Just the picture.
Whereas I'm like, this is a big old helping of fuck around and find out. Because
I disagree.
This is baiting the judge into taking a further step because.
And I am of the position, and I'm sorry, Ian. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated.
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
There's plenty of times, like they took a lot of situations where they frame it so that, like this one, they're saying, "Oh, we're looking at his counsel," but it's like it's angled over to intentionally get Paltrow. And there's plenty of other scenes where they're like, "Hey, here's somebody speaking from the podium, but we're also going to do a full room pan so that you can also see Paltrow in it." this to me is baiting the court into taking some sort of step. And I'm saying, like, they're risking the judge saying, you know what, we're done with cameras. And so, but Rob's saying that can't happen because of the Sixth Amendment. So I don't know if that's
No, I'm gonna.
It's not sixth. It's the first.
I'm still gonna side. Still gonna side with Ian on this one. And balance.
I disagree.
No,
I disagree. Give me the justification for kicking him out of the court.
Well, the issue isn't whether the press can be there. The issue is the cameras themselves. So if the issue
argument, sorry, go ahead. I'll reframe the argument in a minute.
You're killing me. Try to adjudicate over here. You're killing me. Yeah. So the issue is the audio and video recording. And as you well know, practicing in Northern Virginia, many courts in Virginia have banned cell phones and
correct
things, even for attorneys. Incidentally, I remember a fight I had with the marshals one time at the Eastern District of Virginia's courthouse, but that's another discussion for another time.
Federal.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Yeah. They wouldn't even let me bring my cell phone in the building, let alone have it on me. So let alone turn it on. Anyways, it was a fight. I lost. So the issue is having the cell phones and the cameras in there, or apologize, just cameras and microphones in general in there. And there can't really be a fundamental First Amendment right to that, because it's not a medium that has been historically recognized, and of course not all courts allow them at all. Some courts don't allow them. So it's an issue of controlling the courtroom. So if you want to be a reporter and report on it, you can report on it, but taking photographs and stuff like that, it's a lot of the judge's discretion.
I have a fun state court pushback for you.
Okay.
This week, out of the Virginia Supreme Court.
Live
streaming of certain administrative proceedings allowed.
Excellent.
Constitutionally, under Virginia Constitution.
Under Virginia's Constitution, sure.
Yeah.
You know who'd be a really good position? You know who'd be a really good position to adjudicate about Virginia's Constitution?
A Virginia judge. Yeah.
The Virginia Supreme Court. Yeah, that'd be really good. So if they say that's in the Constitution, then okay.
And that's the part that's getting me here, is that right now, and Virginia's not the first state to do this, where they have started to recognize that live streaming is another medium of just public access. It's not essentially recording. It is just rebroadcasting to a larger audience. And they have the right to restrict and control the time, place, and manner of recording and of the press. But what's the justification for denying the press in access and redistribution?
This one of the valid reasons in Utah is whether the predominant purpose is something other than journalism or dissemination of news to the public. And so the argument the judge would then make is, hey, by violating the rule about, not filming Gwyneth Paltrow, clearly the point isn't dissemination of news about this proceeding.
Why?
It's focusing on free shots of Gwyneth Paltrow.
Why? I honestly think that if the judge, here's the thing. Here's my point. Here's my point. If the judge says all cameras kicked, okay, I'm not talking about correcting the angles at this point, because Ian, when we started down this little road, the original proposition was cameras kicked, law and crime kicked out of the courtroom. And I said, that's not possible. And you said, nah.
I mean, they can hold
restrictions.
They can hold what's her name in contempt. They're only allowing certain filming organizations. So they could say, listen, someone else can take your place.
Contempt, I'm pushing back on you with. I do no way in contempt. No chance. Verbal admonishments from the bench,
backed up with a written order. When the
With
verbal
there was no
admonishment
written. No. That was a verbal admonishment that had not been formalized into order. Once it's formalized
The
into
order
order,
already
that's
exists. The
contemptible.
verbal admonishment is a clarification of the order.
God, Kurt's level of satisfaction right now is.
I'm just
bothering me,
loving how
but
I'm not
also
really
making me
necessary
so
for this
happy.
discussion at all. I'm here, but no, I'm not really necessary for this discussion. That's what I keep laughing at.
But if you have a written order and the judge
dropped my
issues a
earphone.
verbal clarification,
We
the
need to, Kurt,
authority-
and then Rob and Ian start to argue with each other for the next 10 minutes. I'm like, glad I could help.
I can't
Oh,
even.
Well,
Lord.
I mean,
I
an
can't-
easy answer the judge could say is, you know what? You guys are no longer allowed video. You can run this audio only.
Yeah. There is a non-trivial concern, and I assume there's academic literature about it that I haven't read. There's a non-trivial concern about whether the act of recording changes the thing recorded.
Yeah.
It's like, do people behave differently because it's being recorded? And does that influence the proceedings in a way that is problematic? I think this is what the U.S. Supreme Court is ultimately worried about, that the presence of video cameras would in and of itself change the proceedings. The Supreme Court likes their proceedings very much the way they are, don't you know?
Oh my
So.
God. And people, Kurt, the chat blew up. The chat was like Supreme Court and District Court. And I was like, well, they're assholes and they don't let us in their period. So that's a bad example.
I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court does not, the U.S. Supreme Court does not think there's a First Amendment right to video cameras in the courtroom. I'm pretty sure that's true.
That's certainly that's been their position for a while.
Yeah. So that solves that right
at
up.
least in their courtrooms. In their courtroom, they don't give a shit. But
yeah.
But I think they'd have a real hard time saying there's a First Amendment right to a camera.
Yeah, that would be the weird. That would be the weirdest. That'd be like some sort of reverse incorporation bullshit. There's only a First Amendment right to cameras at the courtroom in state court, not federal court. This is some reverse First Amendment incorporation bullshit now that we're doing. This is fun.
But honestly, it would be the corrective course. It would be the actual open and honest course that they should have taken decades ago.
Uh-huh.
How they have been looking at. People have made this argument to me so many times. Well, what if the amendment was just written so plainly that we could just understand it?
Yeah.
It's just written as law. And I said, well, that would be a fucking
good.
wonderful idea.
How would you do that? You're out of your mind.
First,
Do you know how hard that is?
First, you would need to invent a new language where that works.
Wouldn't it be amazing if we didn't argue over literally one paragraph of text for fucking 2 centuries over what every single word, comma, semicolon, parenthetical, everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I mean, often the arguments are just, we don't like this right. You know, it's like the right is super clear. We just don't like it. So,
yeah, but there can't be a First Amendment right to cameras in the courtroom because the Supreme Court doesn't have cameras in the courtroom. So it can't be a First Amendment right. So end of analysis.
I'm not out of my ever-loving mind. I'm within my mind. I think here's the thing. If the judge says cameras, you're gone, period, and doesn't have a hell of a lot of a record to back that up, I'm asking for an injunction. And
good luck with that.
I know.
And you know what? If I'm the judge, I'm like, absolutely. We'll schedule that for 6 weeks down the road. And
look at the circuit you're in.
In Idaho, the law is written so broad that I'm not even sure it's appealable.
Oh God, fucking Idaho. Okay, so this is Utah. So Utah is same circuit. What is this? 6th?
Yeah, Utah's 9th Circuit.
9th? Is it 9th? Fuck.
Where's the 10th? Because of the border. Is it with Colorado? Do I have to get up my map? Holy God. Hold on.
Utah Federal Circuit. It's the 10th. Oh God, it's the 10th. Okay.
Okay.
There's a chance.
All right. Yeah. I'm like, okay, wait. But at least I knew the other option. I was like, okay, if it's not in the 9th, it's in the 10th. All right. So I give myself half credit.
It's even between the circuits, we have this disagreement.
Oh no, that's even. Oh no, my my favorite circuit split has got to be all time on the anti-SLAPP stuff.
Oh
in
my
the
God.
in the federal interpretation of SLAPP, because this came up with Johnny Depp with the strategic lawsuits against public participation, because it's got to be one of my little favorite factoids about how the circuit split on this. So Texas has an anti-SLAPP law. The Fifth Circuit does not recognize it, but the Ninth Circuit does recognize Texas's anti-SLAPP. So if you're fighting about Texas law in the Ninth Circuit, they will recognize it, but not in the Fifth Circuit, even though Texas is in the Fifth Circuit.
And the Supreme
Which I
Court
think
is
is hilarious.
the Supreme Court is probably like, nah, not a big deal, gonna punt it.
So the
This-
only
this
way
is-
that ends up working is if you are in the Ninth Circuit somehow applying Texas.
Well, the most obvious way it would pop up is if somehow you had a contract, like an NDA would be the most obvious
what I
way,
was
that has a
thinking.
choice of
Yeah.
law clause. So
Yeah.
the choice of law clause, it's like, oh, this will be decided under Texas law, but you're in California and you file it in California, even though it's a Texas choice of law. So now you can invoke Texas's anti-SLAPP law in California courts, but you can't do it in a Texas court.
Yep.
Wow,
And
that is that's a headache and a half.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is also why choice of laws clauses can be incredibly
Fuck
expensive.
choice of laws.
The really fun thing is, I don't know if it's the same in the US, but in Canada, so let's say I sue another Edmontonian, but we both have an agreement for like Malaysian law is going to be binding on this.
Mm-hmm.
We hear this in Edmonton with an Edmonton judge who's, of course, never dealt with Malaysian law. And so we have to actually call, the court will call witnesses on Malaysian law, which will probably be like a Malaysian judge or a Malaysian lawyer, to testify as to what the law of Malaysia says. And then we have to apply that.
That's roughly
Like-
about how it would work in the US too.
Yeah.
And
You can have foreign choice of law clauses. That I've seen that before. For example, I was approached one time to be part of a multi-channel network, MCN, and the contract said the choice of law provision was this law was Cyprus, and I'm like, hard no. I'm like,
Yeah.
hard no. Choice of law is not US. We have so many US creators. It's never gone wrong. I'm like, what did I say? I said, did I stutter the first time with no? I'm not doing a choice of law in Cyprus. What do I know about the laws of Cyprus? Are you out of your mind?
You're like, if it's no problem, then how about choice of law for Texas law, which is
Yeah.
where you are?
Yeah.
Can I
So
do
there's
a quick-
if you're approached by a multi-channel network, read their choice of law clause. If it's not in the US, run away.
run?
I should just note here
Run.
that
Sprint.
Rob has the power to pull up
I
pull up
do.
that was him pulling this up.
That
So
was
I'm
me
not,
pulling this up.
I'm
And
not
it was a
dunking on Rob here.
It was a clarification. It's not dunking on Rob. Rob knows when he has the argument and is like, I am submitting this to a court of higher opinion. And both parties have submitted their feet. Their feet are in the ground. I'm not going to move them anymore. So
I turned to the jurisdiction of the Court of Uncivil, and it worked out real well for me.
I did not submit myself to that jurisdiction. We didn't
Okay,
have that discussion.
we got a sovereign citizen over here. It's going great.
No, I honestly think it would be a very, very interesting argument if, and this is something that even more interesting about this trial. Let's say hypothetically the judge did say no more cameras. We are now midway through trial through the plaintiff's case. If the judge says cameras out,
Yeah.
I think midway through trial you have a stronger argument than any other occasion.
No, because the issue is the scope of the order. If the order was proper in the first place, so are those restrictions proper in the first place? If it is, the judge can certainly enforce his order.
And if those restrictions
did the
weren't
order
proper
did
in
the
first
order
place?
expand? Did the order expand mid-trial? And whether the expansion was justified or not? Because the order was originally a consent order.
But you
between the
know who
parties.
always had the ability to challenge that and hasn't chosen to? Court
Gwyneth
TV.
Paltrow? Or
Yeah.
Gwyneth
I mean, the
Paltrow.
media's always been able to say we want to challenge this. They haven't.
Look, as you know, judges are demigods, and their rule very much is law. So, there's that. What's
Which
rule
also
one of
sounds
what's
like a great
what's
channel
rule one
name.
of litigation, Rob? What's rule one of litigation? Don't piss off the
know your
judge.
judge. Know your
Don't
judge.
piss off the judge.
Know your judge.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes there is a time and a place for pissing off the judge, though.
Yeah, but it's like
That's when you're appeal fishing.
that's why my rule number one is don't piss off your judge, it's know your judge. Know when you can piss them off.
The other thing is, I would argue that the camera is getting pitched at this point. The benefit to that is mostly to the plaintiff, because the plaintiff has gotten to make some of their argument in the public forum.
I disagree.
And the defense hasn't yet.
I disagree.
So I think
At this
Paltrow
point, I'm
has a
disagreeing
better
with Rob
argument
just
for
out of
fixing
spite,
that.
so I'm going to go with Ian again on this one.
Yes, I want. Yes.
Three judge panel turned toxic.
Yes. But Ian, here's why I disagree with you.
Yeah, go for it.
We have talked about this trial from the beginning, and this is basically it's going to come down to who hates who more from the stand.
Right. And we haven't seen the very
Any of them.
disagreeable. Yeah. It'll be I'm excited to see when they get
Paltrow or this guy in the stand, because he's gonna go off. There's no way he keeps it contained.
I can tell you, I had a trial where one of the witnesses had some serious brain damage, and he threw things at me when I was cross-examining him repeatedly.
Awesome.
Like, after the first time, the judge was like, clerk, we are going to do an inventory of things within reach, because the first thing he tried to throw at me was the Bible. And he got a bad lob, so it missed. But then they took away a bunch of stuff. He asked for a glass of water and then tried to throw that at me, and that didn't work all that well. He tried to throw an empty cup at me later, which also didn't work all that well. So I'm just like, I'm midway through cross-examining him. He's trying to yeet stuff at me. And I'm just like, yep, okay. So, and I haven't had this, but I've heard of other lawyers having witnesses try to like come up over the witness bench to go after them.
I haven't had that. I have not had that.
I know the guy's claiming a whole bunch of injuries. Didn't Gwyneth over here just offer him all the goop he needed to recover? I mean, that would have helped, right?
No. Ian pulled the website up. Kurt, you didn't see this.
He was refusing to insert the jade egg of healing.
Ian,
that's the problem. That's the problem. She offered mitigation, Rob. he refused mitigation. Unclean hands.
I have to re-traumatize Kurt, because when Ian was trying to do his first recap, Ian said, let's pull up the website. And it was a lot of products that did not, just a lot of products that were.
I have an empty space I need filled.
It was. Yes,
do you have a product for me, Ian?
Kurt, that was the most appropriate way I could ever imagine saying that. Wow.
Yeah.
That perfect. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, her website is really kind of a one-track mind kind of website. And it's funny because it's not a sex shop officially, but like unofficially it totally is. And yeah, she has a candle called this.
I did not need to know any of these things.
I did know that. I did know that was a thing somehow from somewhere. Yeah. So
now here's the thing: somebody needs to buy that and then sue her for false advertising.
Yeah. What's your PO box again, Rob?
And then the in discovery is like, we need to get a comparison. I mean that. Oh. I don't know what the heck.
Rob is gone, so it's just you and me now. Ian.
It was the false.
Rob, didn't you already get a candle?
Rob would like you to send him some things to his PO box.
Didn't you already get that candle from Andy the Game Maker?
No, that was like a urine smelling camera. No,
I mean, it might be the same thing. How do you know?
I don't care. What?
The
Are we gonna
I know
litigate the
I
smell?
know
of
Rob's home address. I could just send it to your house.
Nope. Nope.
funnier thing is you send it to the courthouse, CO Rob,
Nope.
and see what the
I'll send
court-
it to the judge with your name on the letter.
Also, don't do that. Please don't do that.
Dear Judge A.
Any good cases coming up with any judges you'd like to tell me about?
Nope. Nope. Not in Fairfax.
What's your
or
opposing
any other
counsel's name?
county.
I'll put their name on the label.
I have moved to Timbuktu. I no longer practice law in Virginia.
I guess, yeah, sending it to opposing counsel with Rob's name on it would be also funny.
That would be funny, but not. I don't know how I'd handle that.
That I feel like that would be the ideal. I guess I can tell the story of the April Fool's joke because I've figured out that I can't do it. And that's because OnlyFans has rules. So I was going to start an OnlyFans for April Fools. Yeah, they do. One of the rules is no guns.
Oh, this is only guns. Yeah.
So what I was going to do is start an OnlyFans and have like suggestive names for it with like stripped. And then it would be like an SKS stripped as in taken apart and oiled. And then here'd be like a handgun that is oiled.
Mm-hmm.
But what I've now learned is that apparently OnlyFans live human vets every image that gets posted. And the way I found that out,
possible.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of effort for sure. But I tried to get that site up to like just to have it ready, and it was banned before. Like I hit upload, and it's like pending. You've been banned, and I was like, oh, okay then. So that was a thing, but that was the idea, and now it's completely blown. I'm disappointed. So I see somebody saying, where do you apply for that job? I suspect that they pay pennies an hour. So yeah. All right. I've got super chats I got to get through that aren't like, well, some of them aren't over this dispute. Have you ever had an expert or an exhibit you wanted to admit? Both of those.
Yep.
Experts are expensive, and that's a pain. Exhibits, I mean, often exhibits aren't super hard to admit.
I did like where the judge said no to the exhibit. That was pretty nice.
That was funny.
That was pretty good.
Most of the exhibits I've tendered in my life have just been by consent, because most exhibits aren't a difficult thing. Like, hey, my client took a bunch of pictures, and they're like, "Is your client going to testify?" Yes. Okay, we'll admit them. Cool. But it depends. What are deposition designations?
Good question.
So go ahead.
When you have to take a deposition of a witness that you cannot compel to come to court, for example, a witness that is outside the state boundary, the ability of the attorney to compel a witness to travel usually extends to the boundary of the court that's issuing the order. So if I have to get a deposition for somebody that lives in, for example, California, I can issue a subpoena through the California court that compels them to appear in California for a deposition. I then fly there. We then take a video of the deposition. That deposition is conducted like trial testimony. I ask questions, opposing counsel ask cross questions. And then the designation at the end is in the video. We cut that down. We have the judge rule on objections, and we rule on the specific parts of the testimony that comes in at trial.
Yeah, so if you saw the dep trial, like some of the depositions had clear cuts in them. That was because of designations that said like, hey, from this timestamp to this timestamp is out. And yeah, so that's what they're doing, is they're editing that down because The judge kicked out a bunch of fMRI information, so all of that fMRI stuff is out. Steve Owens, president of Epperson and Owens Law Firm, former president of the Utah State Bar. How? Surely Utah has more than one lawyer. Didn't realize that Chia Pet had a neurologist version.
For you.
Let's see if we can get that hair here.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
That hair is epic. I mean, for Halloween, he really should go as a Chia Pet. All he'd need is some green dye. So, question: how much are experts allowed to ask questions to attorneys, such as to clarify if the lawyer is too vague, non-specific with their wording? You can say, "I don't understand this question." This thing of like feeding him the answer is not normally okay. Like feeding him the question to ask you is not normally okay. But he got away with it. So, how can the plaintiff be put on the stand if he's not competent? Emotional regulation and confabulation. That is exactly why you want him on the stand. Like, he's making these allegations, so you kind of want him up on the stand if you're the defense here to say, like, hey, look how crappy he is at knowing what's happening, right? So he's got to go up on the stand. That's why that happens. Is the "but your honor, it's my turn" thing by the other lawyer no, none of the lawyering that you okay, Clark Kent has done very normal lawyering. But and other than the opening statement, the lawyering from the plaintiff side has been fairly normal.
Slow, but normal.
Yeah, the opening statement was ungodly bad, but it's just that guy's not behaving normally. Did I catch Camille's interview yesterday about this trial? I did not.
I saw like a 2-minute clip. I don't know if that was all there was, but it was on like NBC News or Extra or something like that. But just talking about it, just giving very basic, high level stuff that, not exceptional.
Okay, so nothing like super.
Very paint by numbers.
Fair enough. Somebody's saying I need to grab a chat about Mrs. Runkle leaving. I can't find it right now. So, maybe Owen is a jerk because he's being paid in candles.
Oh.
Maybe he's being paid in the real thing. That was wow.
Oh, that I hope not. No. That's terrible. Look up Utah Code Judicial Admin. We did pull that one up. So thank you very much for that super chat. Rob is not a good listener, though. There's a difference between practice and law or ideals. Runkle understands law versus practice reality. Not sure you do. I disagree with this. Rob is listening.
Be nicer. Be nicer.
No, it's
There's
fine.
a nicer way to express that point.
It's fine. It's a good point. And Kurt, thank you. It's a good point, though. We can have these fights.
Absolutely. And
Kurt is like, Kurt came in and said no. Rob loses.
And Rob's like, oh.
No.
Yeah.
I'm appealing to a higher authority.
What's the higher authority than Kurt?
And Kurt has not been made judge yet. All everyone in the executive administration, if you would like a judge, Kurt is available for that offering.
Available in Virginia and Texas. The Virginia state legislature could still appoint me. So I'm just saying, I am available. I'm licensed. Let's go.
All right. Next up here is "You Men Are Best." Thanks. Well, thank you very much. This is a weird trial. Oh my God. Laura Christine, just because. Well, thank you very much. Trufflehound says, "You want to borrow my Bobcat, Robert?"
Is that to bury my argument or my soul? I'm not sure which one.
I think that is. I think he was saying that you're digging.
Combination of the two. I can bury my soul with that.
Sure. I can't bury my soul because I don't know where it is. Chesney Meagle. So you're saying I need more lawyer friends if I want to be able to have knockdown, drag out fights over semantics? Yes, please. That is one thing lawyer friends are excellent for. A friend of mine calls it lawyer ball, and I think that's a good one. Baby Gator, is it possible they're making a big deal out of this camera, or so camera gets yeeted and her testimony isn't televised? I could see that as an argument, or as the approach.
It's tough.
So, Johnny Zodiac says send a candle to Binger. That I don't want to send anything to Binger, honestly. Baby Gator, no. Have you had an expert question your exhibit? I don't think so. I mean, experts typically usually with experts, the exhibits are often prepared by the expert. So I don't know. First witness said he was deposed for 7 hours with the annoying attorney. Bless him. What was the longest deposition you have done? I don't typically do depositions because criminal law, we don't usually have a deposition prior to trial. So we just do it in trial. And I have had a witness on the stand for 4 days.
Longest depo I've had has been a day, and it was not friendly. We had to call the judge 3 times, like mid depo. It was, yeah.
That's not good.
I hate depots. I hate depots.
Yeah, my 4-day witness was 2 days of direct and 2 days of cross, and I'm pretty sure that witness hated both the defense and the prosecution by the end of it. But yep, that witness was an accountant. Just if you're wondering what kind of witness that gets you. Fraud trials suck, folks. Do not ever get accused of fraud.
No.
There's a fragrance. This smells like my. We're just gonna leave that there. Thank you for letting us know, Brewberries. But you know what? Not buying that.
Nope.
Rob, appeal to Judge Emily or Judge Mike?
No, I would. In this instance, I would go up to likely a federal court judge.
And the federal court, of course, is famous for its love of cameras.
I know, but every now and then you get a good one. Not often, but you do.
That's fair. So yeah,
I like the subtle implication I'm not a good one because I don't agree with them.
There's a lot of not good ones.
That's fair.
I feel like the plaintiff moved the needle today. That this was a good day for the plaintiff overall. Is that your guys' feeling as well?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, some of the things they got out was great. The witness I didn't like. They got out, hey, we think Paltrow caused the accident because of my experience as a radiologist in knowing how ski accidents happen. That was some BS, but it's out there in front of the jury. And I mean, the whole thing about him sustaining broken ribs, having normal level bones. I think a lot of that was really good for them. They did well on causation or on damages, and they moved the needle at least somewhat on causation. So yeah, well, that's kind of my overall summation on today.
Yeah.
And I mean, the defense seems to have made the decision to bench Owen. That seems like a good decision. There's the comment. Mrs. Runkle leaves town. Ian gets banned from OnlyFans. Fair.
Poor Ian.
We have, yeah. More trial tomorrow. Fireworks tomorrow afternoon. Plaintiff takes the stand at 4, in theory. So
I'm so ready for that. So ready for the plaintiff to take the stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to see, but I'm
I got Ian's coasters in the mail. I just wanted to say thank you to Ian, by the way. I'm sure they arrived a couple days ago, but I don't go to the post office box every day. So I just wanted to thank Ian for the nice coasters that he sent me. They rock. They're kick-ass in person.
Thank you.
Keep an eye on next week too.
Okay. Will do.
I think that they hopefully are gonna. I was lucky because your symbol really translates well to like leatherwork and to a coaster. Like it's just perfect.
Excellent.
So I was like, all right, that. I mean, they still take a bunch.
I think I got that logo for like on Fiverr or something, like for $5 or something. Someone designed that logo, and I'm still using it.
Did you cheat and watch any of the videos of him making it?
Oh no! Every time I saw him like with it on screen, I turned away because I didn't want to spoil the surprise.
You are a better man than most, because, yeah, it was really cool watching him do it. He had a lot of fun doing it.
It was a lot of. I enjoyed it quite a bit. So,
let me get them real fast. I'll put them on camera. Hold on.
Awesome, and I've got a super chat here from 9 Inch Nails. Poor Rob. I now wonder how many special candles will arrive in time for April Fool's Day.
Nope.
Easiest case you guys have ever had. I mean, in criminal law, the easy cases are typically the ones that get withdrawn. I did have one that went to trial that was fun. The prosecution had
this little
failed.
disc
Yes.
Like this like leather disc
The
thing.
stitching.
Stitching looks nice in the front.
Stitching was difficult because you're
Wait.
trying to
Whoa. That's Ian. Do you have a maker's mark?
I do.
You son of a bitch. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I didn't have it when I made your axe cover. Otherwise, I would have stamped that on.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah, those are. So it's a set of 4. They're all sort of identical there, and each of them has the maker's mark on the bottom.
Oh, and you dyed the back too, and did the maker's mark? You son of a bitch. The gold is that? What's the gold? Is that paint or is that?
That's gold paint. I don't have the equipment to do gold leaf.
So it should be up in this. It should be up in this corner like this. I just hold it here for the rest of the time.
That the gold paint is a lot. It's fairly easy to work with, but they're just yep. And
I'm definitely using them. They're fantastic. They're fantastically nice.
Hand
traced down on it right now.
Hand cut.
I'd say avoid putting anything super hot on them, like probably avoid coffee and tea and so forth. But like for a whiskey glass or something, they'll be
excellent.
Because they're just and everything on that was aside from cutting the circles, I bought the coasters, the coaster blanks pre-cut just because that's a pain in the butt. I don't have a coaster blank cutter.
You're such a dick. No, I'm cutting you off here because you said buying the coaster blanks because the coasters were a pain in the butt. Ian hand traced that logo on every single one of those coasters and hand cut all of that. So, no, that was the hard part. Don't go and say that finding the fucking coasters was the hard part.
I wasn't saying it was the hard part. I was saying everything other than cutting the circle I did by hand, because I don't have like a circle cutting die. and cutting circles, like cutting a circle, is a giant pain in the butt if you're doing it with a straight knife. So yeah, that I was like, I'm just gonna buy a stack of those because yeah. And I see people saying I should sell them. The thing is with the amount of hours that go into them, nobody would want to buy them.
Correct.
That's why I give stuff away, because I enjoy doing the work. I enjoy doing it. But if I started trying to knock them out for money, it would just be like,
Well,
no.
I will look at them fondly, and I will remember that there's at least one person out there who cares about me. So that's nice. Thank you, Ian. That means a lot to me. Well, I haven't gotten Rob's thing, so I have nothing to look at to remind me.
And DK is saying, can I do a video on making something? If you go and check out Roll of Law, I actually just put up a video on me making this thing. So this is a little sort of D&D spellbook thing. So you can watch me make it.
Rob's face is hilarious.
I'm astounded. I'm astounded. I know that you did that just to make that face.
Yes.
So, yeah, and I see hand carving is not like stamped leather. Carved is a lost art. I mean, it's there's different sort of notion or things, but I cut the shapes out and then I stamped it out and all of that. So, it wasn't like just a machine stamp it down kind of thing. So, I see add all of us who watched. So, all right. Well, I think we've sort of wrapped up day 2. And Trufflehound is saying, hey, chat, did Ian miss my skiing joke? I totally did. Where was your skiing joke?
No, it was the hill. It was the hill one that I.
Oh, the hilarious. That
hilarious.
That one I got.
No, it was no Trufflehound. It was hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. So, day 3 is going to be interesting. I really hope we get to see Mr. What's his name? Sanderson.
2 peanuts skied down a slope. One was assaulted.
Oh no! It's really good.
Oh, that's tragic.
That's good though. It's so good. It's so good.
So yeah, tomorrow should be. I think it's going to be angry making again. What? Yeah, the start's going to be boring though. They got more experts.
Yep.
Kurt, I saw you couldn't handle the experts this morning.
It was pretty boring. I had to check out there for my own sanity for a while. It gave me a chance to do some other stories. So on my channel today, we did a reaction to Rolling Stone, which apparently was teaching me Women Hating 101. That was the super title of their article. It was about how all of us people on the YouTube talking about Amber Heard and Evan Rachel Woods are all using a misogyny playbook. Did you guys get your playbook? Because I haven't gotten my copy.
No,
but apparently,
is Rolling Stone publishing it? Is it
yes.
being circulated to everybody?
Yeah,
Canada Mail, it just doesn't necessarily it must have gotten lost in the mail.
Yeah, so I did a reaction to that stupid today, and then I did some other stuff today. I did the thing about the Valo this morning. If you want to check that out about the cameras, or apologize, the death penalty being taken off from the table in Lori Vallow case.
Oh, that's interesting.
Saw that.
Yeah, as a punitive sanction for discovery violations. So that was pretty interesting.
Oh shit!
Really?
I didn't see that part.
Yeah, that's basically why. In the end, it was as a punitive sanction for problems from the prosecution team. So I did a reaction to that in that audio, and then I did also a 2-hour stream earlier today on the Florida teen killer who killed his 13-year-old classmate. He was 14 at the time. He's 16 now. He stabbed his 13-year-old classmate 114 times with a penknife.
This is Faccio or whatever his name is.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, so I was listening to the prosecution's closing arguments and the moms of the victims' arguments and the defense's argument today. So if you want to check out any of those videos on my channel, they're all for you on uncivil law.
Awesome. And Uncivil's got great content. There's a reason why we brought him on as like, hey, we need an arbiter on these constitutional questions, because he's the guy who knows. So check that out. I will check that out. I also got to get a video. There's way too much crap happening right now. I got to see if I can record a video on somebody beat and impaired driving because of defective alcohol out here.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, there was gin that was recalled. And because instead of having 44% alcohol, it had 77%. And the judge acquitted on the impaired based on that. So talking a little bit about the law on that and how you can potentially, it's not a
Was
good
he drunker than he thought he would have been? That's interesting. I like that because it basically goes to his consent or knowledge. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
It basically you can't use your intoxication as a defense unless it was unintentional.
Involuntary intoxication. Yeah, exactly. Which it is in that case. So yeah, you're there. Love it. Great defense.
It's fantastic. It almost never works. No. The law is not like a TV show. No, the law is often way more boring. Rob, is your away picture a screaming goat? It really should be lumber. Yeah. Oh, I need to find my screaming goat again. It got misplaced.
I just have a button on the soundboard now. Makes it easier.
You men are so sexist. That's why there's tens of thousands of people following you and inspired by you three to help each other. Hashtag Captain Corey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my viewership is something like, a 55% split.
Yeah, mine too. It's right down the middle.
So it's like, clearly so
I think it's actually majority female. I could double check because I'm in my own analytics.
I'm not answering this question.
Because yours is like 90 and 10. Rob's
what is your analytics, Rob?
The funny thing is he didn't put that on mute. He's just mouthing the words. Now
56% male at the moment. 56-44. So yeah, it's just slightly more male. But I mean, for YouTube, that's pretty good because YouTube does tend to swing a little bit more masculine on the whole. So being split down the middle, it's pretty interesting. So yeah, somehow, and 70% subscribed. Not bad.
And am I going to cover Alice Evans? Probably not. I listened to way too much Marilyn Manson when I was a kid, and it kind of helped me through some difficult years. So I kind of feel that one's too close. I'm just like, I might be a little... I'm not sure that I would be coming at that from an unbiased perspective. So I leave it alone.
Right. Rob, I'm just going to say numbers and blink when it's the right one. 60%, 70%, 80%.
Wait. What?
85.
Is it demographic women, male
Yes.
or female?
Yes. 85%, 90%, 90%. There you go, 90%.
And this is another one that I want to look at here. The dentist from Colorado case who apparently he's accused of poisoning his wife.
Oh, is that the old case? The one from is that the one with the hunter who was accused?
Wasn't that mistrial
wife, or is
twice?
that a new case? Yeah, I think so. There was a big thing about that. No, wasn't he convicted recently though? Or is this a different case?
Mistrial.
How many dentists are poisoning their wives?
Apparently,
it's the second highest profession of like self non-existing.
Oh no, this one's real recently. So this is very recent. James Tolliver Craig
Okay. Different
Uh,
dentist who poisoned his wife. Okay.
What are the analytics for hounds? I've got 1 hound subscribed,
Yeah, me too.
and also 1 house hippo.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, the doesn't look like I can. Oh, here we go. There's his picture.
Why does it? You had to pull up the creepiest one.
It's
He's not
because
instilling me
that's
with confidence to check my teeth. I have to be honest. Have
Yeah,
you
wouldn't
been?
you just love that?
He looks like he's about to speak to me in like a Bosnian accent.
Kurt's not wrong on that one.
He looks like he's about to be like, so because you haven't been flossing, and then he pulls out the like the angle grinder. You know. Oh, I'm getting.
That reminds me
things
of
down.
Gremlins 2. Was that Gremlins 1 or Gremlins 2?
Both classics.
Fantastic movies. Christmas
Yeah,
movies.
underappreciated.
Oh, looks like I've got 2 hounds. Boppet is a
Told
hound
you
as
you had
well.
2 hounds.
There we go. There might be more. I can't say, but yeah, no. What is
Rob,
it?
is your chat just the scene from Indiana Jones when Indiana Jones is teaching in front of the class and all the girls are looking at him longingly
No.
and they bat their eyes and on their eyelids are written things like
They don't do no.
Is that your entire chat? Is that who they are? Is that your demographic?
No.
I'm going to start saying it is. I think that's Rob's demographic.
They're savage. They can sometimes be mean to me. They're they're always fantastic. I always love the chat. They're
love you right on the eyelids.
No, they don't do that. And please don't. Oh my God, no.
Whereas I just like to wind up Rob's chat.
Yes. That is Ian's like self-proclaimed goal in life. Like everything that's not.
I'm going to start a contest on my channel. Enter now to win Rob's phone number.
No. No. Kurt. Nope. We are friends. We do not do that. No. Bad Kurt.
That's the funniest thing I've heard today, though.
Bad Kurt. Oh God.
I'm actually working on a giveaway for Roll of Law. I'm up to 6 out of 10 of the things I'm going to give away. So I'm having some difficulty getting them all together. But once I get that going, that should be that'll be interesting. And why are ID and mugshots never flattering? Partially because they film them in really harsh light, typically for mugshots, because they want to get
an
contrast.
opportune moment.
And usually people, usually you're not feeling great, right? You've been awake all night and you're not happy. I know some actors will get instructions basically to just take it like a mugshot. Or take it like a glamour shot, because it's like, well, it's going to get circulated.
Glamour shots. Oh man, there's a nice throwback. Oof.
So, all right, let's wind down here and
thought we're trying to wind up. Lol.
Wind down as opposed to winding up the chat there.
I did see chats in there like Kurt's the best wingman. Kurt is one of the best people I've ever come across, as is Ian. Like, honestly, there's a reason these two are my friends. Like,
but we're also sometimes malicious.
Really rough on each other, but we're great friends.
Well, that's part of the friendship, right? You roast the ones you love.
Yeah,
that's how you know you love them.
Exactly. It's my favorite part.
It's easy.
And I see Kurt team up with EDB for that. Daddy Stack Starter will help you, I'm sure.
Oh, dude, that could be an interesting combo on that one.
All right, so I'm going to wind this down. I think the pups need. I think Zora probably needs a hug. Probably the same for Potter. So I will. I'll wind this down and see everybody tomorrow for another of these. I'll have to figure out what time because I don't want to. I know Lawyer is also doing them, and I don't want to run up against him. So I got to figure out timing on all that. Anyway, see everyone.